before Knuckles caught her under the chin and sent her spread-eagled to the sand. As Boots began to pummel her ribs and chest, she swore she heard the familiar crash of something landing in a bush. "No!" she cried out. She'd received beatings before. Every scrutinizer who did their job right had at one point. She knew the difference between a beating and a death sentence. She was getting the former. Hellas lashed at, bit at, and scratched at any leg that came near her. She took one guard to the ground, but before her nails could get to his windpipe, strong hands ripped her free. Hellas was thrown like a grain sack, the grit grazing her cheek as she landed and rolled. Her long knife came out of her pocket. "Stay back! I am a scrutinizer of the chamber!" They said nothing. That was the most chilling aspect of the fear that tried to claim her. Usually, there was a brag, or a cold threat, even just a snarl of emotion. These men went about their duties as though the sooner they finished with her, the sooner they could get back to their suppers. "I said stay back! Desist! In the name of the Emperor and the Code!" Hellas's knife darted back and forth, but splitting the blade between three meant one could pin her. So he did, and the knife was thrown to the dust. The fists worked her stomach, then her face. Once she'd slumped to a heap, the boots came back with a vengeance, breaking what was left of her. Her head was knocked about like a street boy's bladder ball. Hellas was left in dizzying darkness, with just a slit of light to see by. Even that was quickly fading. She fought and she fought, but it was determined to take her. As sound followed the light, she heard a faint cry over the silence of boots shuffling. "In the name of the Emperor and the Code!" Bravery was a fool's armour, they said, and in Araxes it never failed to kill a man. Or a boy. Damn it, Jim. Chapter 23. Trespasser's Folly. To truly know evil, one must first look into the eyes of evil, even if that requires looking into a mirror. Old Scatterisle saying. Say one thing for the spook, Melibur Crail was a resilient one. A day and a night he'd suffered the pokes and prods of copper, the slicing and the cutting. He had endured it all with lips pursed tighter than a banker's coin purse, only grunting occasionally as the pieces were taken from him. Tor Temsa stood back to assess his work, eyes roving like his fingers had while the shades swung gently from the chains hooked under his armpits, a foul glare on his face. His cobalt glow filled the dark, earth-walled room, making it seem cold. All the fingers from one hand, an ear, his nose, a section of his belly. All of that, and all he had given Temsa was his name in return. My, Mr. Crail, you're not quite the shade you were when you came in, are you? Another grunt came, Crail's nostrils flaring like those of a spooked horse. His eyes had a white fire in them, just like the ragged edges of his injuries. Temsa's copper knife waved again, wandering from shoulder to groin, as if torn between what to work on next. He was running out of options besides snuffing out the half-life altogether like a sputtering candle. A sigh came from behind him, and Temsa turned to regard Annie Jexabel with a raised eyebrow, challenging her. She avoided his gaze, but spoke all the same. This is a waste of time. You know who the spook works for. That cunt Horrocks is who, she said. I want him to say it, Annie, Temsa bellowed, thrusting the knife at her. Several feet of empty air stood between its quivering point and her breastplate, but still she growled at him, her eyes now narrowed and fearsome. Temsa felt sweat navigating his forehead as they stared at each other. He whirled on Melba Crail instead, the knife lancing a white scar across his collarbone.
"Do you hear me, spook? I want you to say it, and then you can go free."
Crail snorted, quiet words creeping from between his thin lips.
"I am already free. You can only make me freer." "I remember now,"
Temza whispered in his ear, feeling the shade's cold vapour trail across his lips.
"You spooks hide your coins, isn't that right? You can't be owned, only sent to the void."
Crail clung to silence once more. Temza brought his face close, staring at the dark pit where the shade's hook of a nose had been.
"Most of the spooks I've worked with use the banks. They're the clever ones, right?"
The spook's eyes strayed to Annie, now looming over Temza's shoulder, but the Tor slapped him with the flat of the knife.
"Which bank is it? Huh? Who do you keep your half-coin with?"
There. The flicker of uncertainty every torturer hunted for. It needed to be prized out and shown to the light before it could be bled. Temza placed the knife point on Crail's chin, hearing the soft sizzle of copper against blue mist. He hunted now.
"Akhenaten's vaults. Nebben. Belapan. Trust. Flimsy Consolidated. Which is it?"
"But, Tor, the other spooks won't look too kindly on this," warned Annie, stepping closer. Temza ignored her.
"Harkuffs. Bank of Araxes. Tor's Choice. Setmos. Fennec Coinery."
The spook was a good liar, but not that good. Whether it was the modest widening of an eye or the betraying tremble of a lip, everybody had a tell. Crail's was a gentle crinkle in his brow. Temza caught it easily. The spook hissed as the knife cut a slice of vapour from his cheek.
"Your luck is poor, my good half-life. I happen to have quite the relationship with Tor Fennec and his son. Your freedom? Forget it. I'll leave you here to dangle and pay a visit to Oshiram district right away. I'll have your coin in my hand by tomorrow."
The dead were no different from the living when broken. Even the stoic ones all turned to spit and spite.
"You're a fool, Temza. I have connections, importance," Crail screeched.
Temza crooked a finger to the soldiers standing by. They hauled the maimed shade from his chains and muscled him down the dark corridor. His shouts fell away to echoes and then to silence, all save for Annie's heavy breathing.
"That was a mistake," she said.
Temza snarled as he moved to light a lantern with flint and taper, replacing Crail's cold glow with a warmer orange light.
"Fuck the spooks and their guild. They won't give a shit when I tell them how stupid their associate was taking on a job like me."
He flung the dagger, striking sparks on the sandstone wall.
"It's this fucking tavern. Too many people in and out. We should have moved sooner."
More grumbling from Annie, but given Temza's fiery mood, she wisely pretended she hadn't heard.
"Bah! Who does this Horrocks think she is?"
Again, Annie feigned deafness and tapped her ear.
"Who even is she?"
Temza yelled up at her, stamping his talons. He had done business with Horrocks, sure, but all he knew of the old crone was her scrawl and her seal.
"Neither the men nor the spies have heard anything more about her," said Annie. "She's seen occasionally at the soul markets and Nepper's Bazaar, and that's it. No guests, no parties, no gossip. Horrocks don't act like a normal noble. She's a hermit, and that means she's dangerous."
"How so?"
"Ever heard that old saying about corners and wild animals?"
Temza threw his hands to the ceiling, wishing it would come crashing down to save him from the bothers of being rich. It was a fleeting desire, quickly replaced with injustice and outrage.
She's a piss-stained old bag. Fuck her. Naught but a hunched widow with rheum in her eyes and barely a decade left in her. How dare she think she can meddle in my affairs, send spooks to my door? She's a fool.
Once again, Annie had no reply. Temsa didn't need one.
That bitch's time is up, my dear. I'll tell you that. I can't afford to risk her destroying Caltro's coin now that her spook is smoke. After we hit Fennell's tonight, she's next. The cult will have to deal with me deviating from the order of their precious list.
He watched the frown deepen across Annie's scarred and tattooed face.
Fennell's? Why not hit Horrocks first? Avoid pissing off the cult. I need Caltro for Seric Fennell. If we attack Horrocks too soon, she'll snuff Caltro out before we can take on Fennell and Boone. The sisters were pretty fucking specific, boss.
Temsa's hand rested gently upon the hilt of Caltro's blade, still strapped to his waist. Annie's incertitude had become too bold, too vocal. Her doubt was feeding his, like spraying whale oil onto a fireplace, and he did not appreciate it.
That's enough, Miss Jezebel, he yelled. In all the years you've worked for me, you've never once shied away from a bit of knife work. Now, at the height of my success, when you could be richer than ever before, you fret like a schoolchild, blubbering that I'm moving too quickly, that the cult will be upset for dead God's sake. We have a princess in our pocket, woman. You don't hear Danib complaining, do you? Maybe you should follow his example and learn to hold that fucking tongue of yours. I don't pay you for your advice. I pay you to kill things and keep order, not bitch like a fresh-bound shade.
Temsa watched Annie's bulging eyes flicking between each of his. The breath heaved in and out of her nostrils. He could see the muscles tensing in her thick arms, the cord-like tendons in her thick neck twitching. He could almost hear the cogs whirring as she calculated her response. After a tense moment, Annie's fists unclenched, and she nodded curtly.
I wonder how much Cicine will protect us when she finds out you have her locksmith, she said, before striding angrily from the room.
Temsa felt the impact of her heavy steps reverberating up through his metal talons. He waited there in empty silence, distracting himself with the dimples and gouges in the earthen walls, the dark stains in the sandy flagstone, the way a gutter tucked into a corner dribbled something foul and green, the copper dagger lying forgotten behind a stool. It kept the doubt at bay for a time, but silence was an unlocked door for cynicism, and in a mood like his thoughts were nothing but derisive. Inner voices berated him for his brazenness, and for taking great and callous leaps. He met every false claim with a curse, until one stood out from the crowd, one that sounded like an enemy whispering in his ear.
Fucking failure. Shut up, damn it!
Temsa yelled, pulling at his greasy hair. His finger scrabbled for the sword's handle, tearing it loose from the scabbard so he could glower at its obsidian face.
Shut up!
With a grunt, Temsa slammed it into the floor, driving it halfway into the stone before he was deprived of his balance and pitched onto his face. Caked in dust and grit, Temsa lay there, breathing heavily, staring at the pommel stone of the sword in its accursed, smirking face.
Over foaming tankards and smoke-stained lips, I've heard people opine that prison doesn't work, that it's not a fitting punishment for a crime. Before my death, I would have agreed, primarily because I knew no prison in the Reaches was capable of holding me for longer than a week. But now, I knew differently, and I would have raised my tankard heartily and cursed those old tongue-waggers, if I could have. Linger long enough in a prison and it becomes more than a construction of stout stone and iron bars. It becomes a construction of the mind, The sense of prevailing entrapment, the overbearing order, the complete lack of control. They all conspire to make the passage of time a grinding, maddening thing. There is some escape in sleep. But then you wake each morning, and in those few blissful moments of transiting from sleep to open eyes, you forget where you are. Just for a moment, you believe you could be somewhere and something else. That's when the bleak reality comes crashing down, and you remember your sentence. In the end, it's the prisoners who deliver their own punishment. The prison simply provides the venue. Indenturement was worse. I had no sleep besides the strange state of complete boredom I had perfected. But even that wasn't enough to make me forget where I was and who I was. Just long enough to make me scowl when I saw the walls before me and my glowing fingers clenching in anger. I blamed my mood on Temsa taking away my window. I'd hoped Magistrate Gore's tower would offer something nicer in the way of accommodation, perhaps a room with a sea view. But old dead Gore had been a perverted prick, and had built himself his own cells for dead gods knew what. Temsa had rubbed his hands at that discovery. Disturbingly, the cells were not in the bowels of a tower, as tradition would suggest, but near the bedchambers, which occupied the whole top third of his abode. Judging by the peepholes in the door, and the holes in the strangely thin walls between the cells, they had been designed more for pleasure than for punishment. I was perhaps the first prisoner who had entered these cells unwillingly. Suffice to say, I jumped to my feet when the keys came to jiggle in the locks. Indigo light spilled into my cell, followed by the looming bulk of Danib, armoured to the gills and sporting a helmet with a single horn at its brow. His gaze bored into me, warning me silently before Temsa and Miss Jexabel entered. "Eager tonight, are we?" asked Temsa, tossing me a black smock. It couldn't have been more at odds with Temsa's gaudy outfit of purple silk and leopard pelt. "Here, clothe yourself." I shuffled the rough smock over my loincloth and waistcoat, dimming my glow. "It's night?" Temsa postured with a new copper cane, bearing an eagle's head. He had polished and coiffed himself for his murderous evening. "Daylight is for pickpockets and the foolish, Caltro, you should know that," he replied with a tut. "Or the exceptionally skilled," I replied, staring flatly at Temsa as I held up my hands for Danib to bind with copper core rope. Temsa had a sourness in his eyes that suggested his mood might be fouler than mine. His clenched knuckles were pale even through his tanned skin. He spoke as if he had swallowed a spoonful of sand. I was also surprised and somewhat concerned to see Pointy absent from his belt. His only weapons were his foot and his sharp cane made of twisted oryx horn and copper leaf. "Over here," said a familiar voice, leading my eyes to Danib's waist, where two swords hung from his belt. I recognized Pointy's black and silver scabbard instantly. "He doesn't like me anymore." I inwardly smiled as Temsa waved a ringed finger in my face, disturbing my vapours. "No more attempts to escape, Caltro. My patience has all but evaporated." I was shoved from the room and into an opulent bedchamber that was predominantly bed. Stay useful, the enlightened sisters had told me, and for now, that's what I intended to do. Like I told you before, it was a ghost napping. I was taken against my will. Came the growl, and I stayed quiet. In truth, I was glad to be out of my cell, even if it meant playing along to Temsa's bloody will. At least it gave me a chance to carry on driving a thick wedge between Temsa and his cronies. It was a gambit that needed to be played in small increments, the same as picking a lock. Tiny rebellions, and plenty of them, were what built revolts. Therein lay my escape. Amongst the clank of armour and boots, I looked to Jexabel. She was striding ahead of Temsa and altogether separate from him. She also seemed irritated. I could recognize the aftermath of a spat when I saw one. Danib was staring down at me, my rope binding seized in one huge hand. His gaze was heavy and cold, full of threat. I smiled up at him as sweetly as I could and then yelped as he backhanded me with his gauntlet. Temsa glared at me over his shoulder, and then at the soul blade bouncing on Danib's hip. I followed his eyes to the pommel stone. Pointy's face seemed fixed on me. "Did you try to escape without me?" I slyly shook my head. "You fucking did, didn't you?" Just when I thought you might have a heart. But it looks like it died with your body." My eyes wide and jaw thrust out. I gave Pointy my best and most earnest look, willing him to trust me. If his silence meant trust, then I got it. When I blinked, the face had turned away from me, eyes narrow. I knuckled my eyes as I was pushed into the silk interior of an armoured carriage, covered in spikes and emblazoned with a black painted seal. Over the next hour, the carriage took us on a winding route to the high docks and then west along the coast, until crowded ships and warehouses transformed into regal towers and narrow strips of beach. Coiled nets and lobster pots filled tightly packed streets of cobble and yellow plaster. Beyond them, the troublesome sea looked like rumpled black velvet scattered with diamonds. A white disk of moon presided over the waves. I saw a raft of fishing boats huddled around their buoys. They were skinny, spindly things with lateen sails. The buildings here seemed older. They shouldered up against each other, leaning in the way of old buildings built far too high far too long ago. Their bricks were rounded at the edges, eaten away by salt and sand. I saw wood beams tarred black, lining adobe and pebble-dash walls. Dried palm fronds formed most of the awnings and roofs. If I peered closely enough, I could still see the shanty town this district had been 1,000 years before, when Araxes had been just an itch in a builder's hand. Unfortunately, history wasn't a precious commodity to a city unless it was profitable. The tors and towels had spread here too, hunting for sea views and relative privacy. Every now and again a huge edifice rose from between the dishevelled buildings. Pale, sheer sandstone stood next to flaking mortar, or black marble, dark even against the night. I examined each of them as our caravan of carriages and wagons rattled past, wondering which one would be Thames's prey tonight. Almost an hour later we lurched to a halt at a sawn-off stump of a building encircled by a low set of concentric walls. It looked more like a chamber building, and for a moment Thames had me wondering just how bold he was. Curiouser, we were sandwiched in a tight back street, nowhere near an entrance. "Out," ordered Thames. I was already stumbling across the cobbles. I stared up at the walls behind me, noting their wavy rows of black spikes. There was no gate, just flat grey granite drawn into neat squares by silver mortar. Plaques bore warnings of no climbing or trespass at risk of death in bold Arctian glyphs. There were even translations for the scatterfolk and us Eastern fellows. It reminded me of a place in Arena, an unwiped anus of a town in Eastern Skål. A job had taken me there, much as I had been drawn to Araxes. There was a hollow in the mountainside there, with a great semicircle of stone wall around its mouth. The Arena Ark, they called it. Full of all creatures feathered, scaled, and furred. I'd walked those walls many a time, but never entered. I'd only listened to the gossip of the nearby taverns, and the tales of what wonders it held. I turned to Thames, who was busy directing his mercenaries into groups. "It's a zoo, yes, well done," he replied, cutting me off. "What do you want a zoo for?" The Tor cackled, showing the cracks in his mood. "I don't want the zoo, Caltro. I want who owns the zoo. Some eccentric bastard named Finel. A Serach." "A Serach? Look at you, taking on the big marks," I said, folding my arms. I slung a sideways glance at Jexabel. "How very ambitious." Thames prodded me with his cane, and the copper tip made my shoulder flash. "Haven't you noticed? This is Menkari district. We're practically in the outsprawls. The chamber of the code is even weaker here than it is in the city, and Sissine's soldiers are all stationed in the core districts. Now move. Time to work, locksmith." The clue in that sentence is lock, Thames, I said as Danib hauled me to the granite wall. "I don't work with stone." I jabbed my foot at a block of stone, barely eliciting a thud. At that moment, I heard the echoing growl of something on the other side. Something altogether not human. "You sure you're not losing it?" With a snarl, Thames pounced on me, trapping one of my legs with his talons and shoving me up against the wall. His cane pressed to my throat. I gulped habitually, but all I felt was pressure and the sizzle of copper. Danib loomed over us, watching carefully. He needn't have worried. Temsa occupied all my gaze. The vicious little man was close to frothing at the mouth. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, their whites like milky granite veined with rusted iron. He wasn't a sweater, and yet beads hovered on his quivering forehead. Knowing my worth, I waited patiently for the threat, but it never came. He simply released me and began to moodily trace the circumference of the wall. Dadim made sure I followed, a scowl visible behind the cross-shaped gap in his helmet. Jezebel lurked behind us, cursing any man or woman that didn't hug the wall closely enough. I shook my head, but I grinned as well. Temsa's wasn't the only temper fraying. Fuck small increments, I thought. I reckoned I could have them all in tatters within the hour. I wondered what the enlightened sisters might say if I sent their rabid wolf to madness. It was then that Temsa held up his cane. His small army came to a halt, bunching up behind Jezebel and Danib. "Useless bunch of pricks. What have Yaradin and Lyria got for us, Tor?" Jezebel hissed, and I smiled as she swaggered past me. Temsa pulled a strip of papyrus from his pocket and thrust it at her, avoiding her eyes. Jezebel snatched it away and my smile grew. I heard another roar from behind the walls and wondered who was wilder, those encaged inside the zoo or those poised outside it. Jezebel shrugged, her great pauldrons clanking. "Fuck all apart from a few back entrances, it seems." Temsa jabbed his finger at the papyrus. "Guard numbers, patrol schedules, a smaller gate. Not the best, I'll admit, but we'll have even less information when we tackle Horrocks, so you better get used to it, my dear," Temsa snapped. There was no affection in that epithet now. I was dead, and even I felt its coldness. "And when will the next patrol be?" I interjected. Temsa ran me through with a look. "Imminently." I stuck to Temsa's side as we followed the men to a skinny gate. Light from braziers pooled on the cobbles and leaked out into the street. "All out assault, then, Temsa?" I whispered. Temsa cackled, and I heard the feverishness in his tone. "Finel believes in using walls and his strange collection of creatures to deter the curious. And like I said, Caltro, this is practically the sprawls. Nobody gives a shit in the core. Who do you think would give a shit here?" A distant ringing of a bell spurred a few scuffles of boots, a cough and murmured words from the other side of the gate. I heard the rustle of chain and plate mail. I instinctively stiffened, my glow fading. "Triggermen," hissed Jezebel, and 4 hooded soldiers with quivers at their sides came forward obediently, pausing at the edge of the shadows. They heaved up their heavy trigger bows, stocky constructions the length of a man's leg, with 2 bows crossed in the shape of an X. A bolt the thickness of my thumb and fletched with black feathers rested at their intersection. There came a series of thuds as the gate's bolts were drawn back. Dark shapes moved across the orange light. At Jezebel's nod, 2 of Temsa's soldiers sprinted into the light and blasted bolts into the breastplates of a pair of guards emerging from the gate. The remaining 2 followed suit, catching another guard with a cry as he ran up to investigate the noises. As he died, gurgling blood, he managed to pull the gate closed, spring bolts locking it firmly. Jezebel slammed her fists on the bars of the gate. Everybody present held their breath. I listened hard. No shouts came. No alarms. The soldiers around us murmured their relief. Temsa signalled to his monstrous shade. "Danib!" It barely sounded like a command. After the Tor produced a copper knife and held it to my already scarred neck, the ghost released me and strode towards the gate with the heavy clanking of steel plate. The soldiers began to chant softly, swarming in Danib's wake. The monstrous ghost drew both his blades with a harmonic ring. One was a huge long sword that would have taken 2 men to lift. The other was pointy. He held both weapons low at his sides, stretched out like scythes. I heard Pointy's cry, plaintive and distant in my head. "I think I preferred Temsa." As Danib neared the stout bars, he pivoted on his heel, bringing both swords together at the crossguards as he spun. His blue glow flared brightly between the gaps in his dun armour, like a star wrapped in steel. The blades met the gate with a horrendous clang. Sparks fountained, scattering over Danib's horned helmet and shoulders. As he followed the momentum into another blow, I saw the great notch on the broadsword. There wasn't a mark on the soul blade. There was another rending crash and a thick section of gate fell outwards. Daneb threw it aside, crushing one of his own men in the process, and strode into Finnell's zoo. "Effective," Temza muttered, prodding me onwards with the knife. "What, your monster of a ghost or my sword?" "Both." He paused to sneer. "Though judging by my sword, you're becoming rather redundant, Caltro." "I'd like to see it face a vault door that's 3 feet thick," I retorted with a scoff. In truth, I really did want to see what Pointy could do. The soul blade was keener than a winter wind across the crass steppes. He certainly would have made lockpicking far easier. With soldiers now spiralling around us, their swords facing outwards like the teeth of a vicious cog, we followed a short path into what appeared to be a maze of cages. Great and small, they filled the trench between the outer wall and the next, which was taller and spikier than the first. The silence was soon shattered. It seemed we had found the feathered creature section. Every cage was filled with squawking, flapping things. That was a fine alarm if I had ever heard one. Feathers and down drifted through the fine bars like a strange and unexpected snow. Lanterns hung from poles every 10 paces, and they lit the wonder around us. Like the soldiers around me, I stared at each and every cage with wonder, all thoughts of murder and burglary momentarily forgotten. In one cage I saw 2 birds, both taller than a man. They had hooked beaks and long, scaly necks like snakes. They raked their sickle claws against their cage doors while screeching at the top of their lungs. I saw a sign at the foot of their cage. It said, "Sickle Stritch." In another enclosure, 2 brightly coloured yet tiny gazelles hid in a corner. They were covered in iridescent feathers that switched between a spectrum of colours. Red, blue, gold, white, back to red. I couldn't keep up. The next cage held a pink featherless thing with 2 heads. It was hanging upside down from the iron bars like a skinned pig waiting to be butchered. Each head bickered feverishly with the other, brandishing copper beaks, not too dissimilar to lances. At the creature's wingtips, hooked claws flashed as it took a break from its internal arguing to spit at us. "Shut these beasts up," Temza barked. His triggermen went to work with ardour, sliding bolts into their bows and starting with the loudest bird. I flinched with every snap of their strings, and then again with each matching thud as the bolt met a different feathered beast. The night grew a little quieter with each one, and my grimace a little grimmer. Though I might not have been fond of my fellow man, I knew the value of beasts. Animals had purer, more ancient souls than we humans did, and for most of my life I'd privately held on to the notion that if animals ever learned to speak, they would melt our minds to shit with all the wisdom we've forgotten. All apart from sheep. They're dumb fucks. "This is useless, Temza," I blurted, watching a doleful ball of feathers get a bolt to the face and disappear in a puff of down. "You can't shut them all up. Just move on." His blade was at my throat before I'd finished my sentence. "Presuming to give me orders, half-life?" I met his gaze. "Recommendations. Seeing as you won't take them from anyone else, I thought I'd give it a go." My words nettled him in more ways than one, but chiefly because he knew how right I was. Now that we stood on a path following the curve of the walls, he could see how the cages stretched into the darkness, north and south. The ruckus was spreading from cage to cage. Perhaps it was the death squawks of their feathered kin, or the smell of blood on the air. It didn't sour my nostrils, but I imagined it was there. "Annie, up the pace, onto the next gate." Temza waved his scrap of papyrus at her as she and the soldiers jogged forwards. A dozen stayed with us, sticking to Temza's hobbling, clanging pace. The clamour of the cages masked the screams at first. We soon realised the difference as we rounded a huge enclosure holding what looked to be 1,000 finches. They tore about their cage in a great blurring swarm like a furious cheeping tornado. We found chaos waiting for us at the next gate. Seric Finnell's guards were worth their coin. They had barricaded the iron bars with benches and fence posts. Daneb was there alongside Jexabel, hacking at anybody who dared to come near enough to skewer or hack. Temza's soldiers clamoured at either side of them. Every other moment, I heard the thunk of trigger bows over the melee. Temza put 2 fingers between his teeth, and a piercing shriek came forth. Even to my numbed senses it was loud. I wiggled my fingers in my ear and half my skull in the process. The two hulking figures extricated themselves from the clash of steel and came loping over. Temza had his hands on his hips. "The next fucking gate. Didn't you look at the map, Annie?" He didn't wait for her answer, and instead pointed back through the cages. "You two, alone, go." The Tor waited patiently while his soldiers feigned a siege. Meanwhile, I stared at an owl that had one singular eye. It sat in a cage nearby, totally aloof from the fighting. The eye was far too big for its body, taking up half its face. The big orb fixed on me as if I was a mouse. It was a pool of oil with golden edges. The metallic flecks began to revolve around their black pit, swirling like molten gold escaping down a plug hole. I felt myself falling into its centre, feeling just as liquid, glimpsing stars in the darkness. A whole night sky beckoned to me, filled with ribbons of blue and red and gold, and in their great clouds, mindless in their scale, stars exploded to be reborn in ashes. I swam in a vastness not even a god could have. "Caltro!" Temza's shout wrenched me back. I snapped from the spell as if I had been shot by one of the trigger bows. "Fuck! What?" I found the cage bars in front of my face. The owl stood disturbingly close on the other side. I saw the size of the claws that gripped its tree branch, and I flinched away. Though I was eager to escape the tricksome beast, I had a hard time not staring back at it. Fuck! How did it? I think I saw the whole world in those eyes. Fuck! Stop being dramatic, it's just an owl. Some strange fucking owl? I stared back at it, looking for signs it wasn't a god in disguise, half expecting it to drop dead from its perch any moment. All it did was croak at me, and shuffle back into the shadow. I stared at its sign. A hex owl. Humph. With a shudder, I rejoined Temza and the soldiers as we waited patiently for Annie and Daneb to go to work on the other gate. We didn't have to wait long. Crashes and screams flooded the air. The barricade was torn aside by a great axe, and Jezebel appeared through a cloud of splinters. She had the gate open within minutes. A man wearing a conical helmet, or rather the torso of a man wearing a conical helmet, flew out of the gateway mid-scream, showering the soldiers with gore. They cared little, too busy rushing through the wall like invaders on the tail of a victorious battering ram. We trailed the soldiers, picking our way through pools of blood and lopped limbs. A score of bodies lay around us. Those who had fallen close to the cages were being pawed at by their inhabitants. A great cat, spotted black and white, had got rather lucky with a corpse slumped against its bars, and was already nibbling on the man's shoulder. The pace of the evening quickened as we hurried after the soldiers. Temza's tapping became an awkward canter. Clang tap, and repeat. This felt like a battle, not a burglary. As the sound of fighting began to compete with the growing roar of the zoo, it became clear that it would be a fight all the way to Finel's chambers. I didn't know whether to be pleased or fearful for my vapours. I was on the soul-stealing side after all. Rooting for Temza felt like a betrayal to myself, and so I watched and waited. The next gate was under siege. Daneb was using Pointy to break the bars one by one. Arrows and bolts ricocheted from the ghost's breastplate and greaves, but he didn't care. Temza's soldiers were already squirming through the holes he'd hacked. A bloody pile of bodies was growing beyond the gate. "The fucker's putting up quite the fight," I commented idly. Simple as twiddling a reed, Temza spun his knife and jabbed me in the thigh. I saw the white light leaking from the hole in my smock. I hissed through clenched teeth, hobbling a few paces away. I turned back to the cages and let Finel's collection waste my time. Here the torches had been hooded with coloured glass, casting strange hues upon the zoo creatures. Palms grew over them, casting shade and hiding the stars. Another great cat was encaged nearby. It paced and yowled at the ruckus, bearing two great fangs that reached beyond its jaw. Its spine was rigid with rattling spikes, and its tail came to a devilish point. A trio of white wolves sat beyond, painted green by the unsettling lanterns. They licked their lips at the blood-making streams of the cobbles. In one great cage behind our circle of blades, I glimpsed an enormous shape, like an upturned fishing boat, with thick legs and hooves. It was scratching at the ground and lowing like a cow, and an extremely disgruntled one at that. In the flashes of fire, I saw plates of armour on its back and spikes on its snout, which it was thudding against its bars. The iron was already starting to bend. It was then that a new noise rang out above the din. A shrill horn, first from over the wall, and then a reply from somewhere in the streets behind us. I knew what it was before Temsa could summon the words. "Shit," Temsa cursed. "They've got reinforcements. Get moving, you ingrates." "They're bloody in, Tor!" came a yell as we pushed through into the next set of walls. I was expecting more cages, but instead the soldiers found wild grass and bushland under their boots. A bow shot away from us, a herd of armoured scarabs clipped at bushes and trilled between themselves. Beyond them, a long-legged creature strode sedately between palms, its 3 snake-like heads waving about as they nibbled at flowers. As my gaze traced the stretch of wall encircling the grassland, it soon became apparent this was not Finnell's garden, but a giant cage in itself. At its centre was a squat tower, black of brick and sporting a bulbous crown. It all looked a bit phallic to me. Lights studded it, but they were obscured by the mass of torches at its base, where a copse of sharp spears waited for us. I rolled my eyes with exasperation. I refused to die all over again, because Temsa had bitten off more Seric than he could chew. Jexabel came striding up. She was bespattered with gore, and yet somehow her expression was still more gruesome. "Fucking mess, this is! And now we're trapped!" she raged. The word had a knack of striking worry into the heart of anyone. I had no heart, but it still struck something in my chest. I had wanted Temsa in tatters, and I would have settled for bloody strips. But I hadn't wanted to be anywhere near him when it happened. A safe distance and a spyglass to watch the justice would have been perfect. I bit my lip and looked for gaps in the lines of soldiers around me. Temsa was busy eyeing up the phalanxes of guards clustered around the tower. A horn sounded once again. "I don't disagree, my dear. Trapped, maybe, but not hopeless." He clapped his hands. "Get back to the cages. Find something fearsome. Let it loose, and herd it straight at them." Annie Jexabel's jaw didn't know whether to rise or fall. She crooked a hand to her ear. "Let it loose? You heard me. Let it loose. Then what? A siege? How long will that last? I say we cut our losses and leave." Personally, I agreed with Jexabel. I was about to interject and stir up their desperation, but Temsa beat me to it. Sparking mutiny was proving a lot easier than I thought. "You coward!" he screeched at Jexabel, his knife waggling furiously in her face. She said nothing, spending the moment wiping the blood from her battle-axe, but the heat in her eyes spoke volumes. Temsa snarled. "Danib, you lot, get one of those cages open, make it 2. The men Temsa had pointed to visibly gulped, but didn't move. "Go! Curse you!" Temsa yelled, and with that, the soldiers trailed slowly after Danib, their eyes fixed on the knife in the Tor's hand. As we and the remaining soldiers, almost 200 of us lucky buggers, tucked ourselves behind the shattered gate, I heard the ring of an impossibly sharp blade shearing through metal bars. A roar followed, the roar of something extremely upset and hungry. I heard a fresh round of shouting. The rhythmic beat of swords striking shields rose, and then a scream as a soldier came scrabbling back through the gateway. 2 wiry creatures made of black hair pounced upon him and promptly ripped the spine from his back, with paws the size of dinner plates. The man's screams were hideous, but paled in comparison to the faces that turned to us afterwards, full of white burning eyes, bare of fur and made of bone instead. Their grins were full of sharp teeth, and their many eyes shone like the windows of a city. The creatures seemed to be part bear, part wolf, part daemon, and they howled at the taste of fresh blood. Danib appeared behind them, beating his metal chest to drive the creatures on. When they didn't move, too busy snarling and flicking their long tongues, he wrenched the arm from a dead soldier and hurled it towards the tower. It was a gruesome trick, but it worked. The arm sailed through the air with the beowulf things snapping their jaws beneath it. They had almost caught it when they noticed the spear points ahead and realized a buffet was better than one sole arm. They leapt the weapons with ease and became a whirlwind of claws and black matted hair. I wondered if they had longed to do such a thing while they toured their bars every day, watching their captors and guards and wondering what they tasted like. I was glad they'd got their chance. "What fine animals! See, Annie, our situation is far from hopeless," remarked Temza. He marched towards the tower, leading the final charge. His soldiers and Jexabel swarmed with him. I looked at Danib, who was already back at Temza's side. I realized the panic over being trapped had made them forget me. My wrists were still bound, but I was practically ignored. I felt the opportunity seize me, tight and sharp as pincers. I threw a look over my shoulder at the broken gate and all the escape it promised me. I couldn't help myself. Finel's guards lay behind me, but so did freedom. This was my moment. At last. It was clear to me now. I couldn't wait on those loose promises of the cult to set me free, or for a madman to send me to the void. I was tired of playing patient. This may have been a half-life, but it was mine. Feeling a shiver of cold run through me, I tentatively watched the gap widen between me and the soldiers. Nobody noticed my absence, and so I ran. I wasn't a natural runner. My frame was wide and my gut had a tendency to jiggle. But in death, with no weight to me but mist and a desperate intent powering my legs, I streaked across the wild grass. A cloud of pollen and winged seeds chased me as I pelted towards the gate. My feet met its broken iron bars when I heard Temza's shout, "Caltro!" I turned to find Danib racing after me. Strength overpowering weight, he charged at me like a glowing catapult rock, tearing through ranks. I swore I could hear the pounding of his armor over the cacophonous roar of the zoo around us. I heard Pointy's angry yells too. "You bastard, you're doing it again! You're following, aren't you?" I yelled to the knight, inexplicable to all but me and the sword. Leaping through the gateway, I skidded on a cobble and introduced my head to it seconds after. It was in moments like that I was thankful I was a ghost, that I could get up and keep running instead of wallowing in a pool of my own blood. I could hear another noise building, like floodwaters rushing down a gully. It was distant but racing towards me. I knew I was running to meet it, but I had little choice. Danib was closing fast. For a big lump, the bastard was quick on his feet. As I weaved between the cages, avoiding clawed swipes and flying spittle, I saw Finel's reinforcement guards pouring around the next gate. They lifted their voices with war cries, raising their spears and torches. Their black and gold armor looked fluid in the night, like the eyes of the hex owl. The cages. I skidded to a halt, running to the nearest cage, where a mopey lion walked tight circles. He soon came to life as I tackled the gate, baring teeth at me and snapping at my hands. It was a simple pinlock, and with the barb of my ropes, copper core poking from the fabric, I managed to jimmy it open in moments. I leapt to the side as the lion sprang free, ignoring my deadness and dashing for the roaring men instead. I'd already moved on to the next cage, which held some giant baggy-skin lizard. Its eyes were deader than all the ghosts in Araxes, like black stones pinned to its face. At least they kept its jagged fangs company. It hissed at me, and I swear it said my name. Another snap of a lock and it too was loose, running in an awkward side-to-side manner, but at least in the right direction. I heard the shouts as the lion and the lizard collided with the ranks, and the guards' charge momentarily stalled. Danib's hadn't. He was barreling through the inner gateway now, a stone's throw away, my own sword raised against me. I had no more time for picking locks. "Run, Caltro!" cried Pointy. I did. Straight for the guards, who were busy fending off two other disgruntled and hungry beasts. The commotion had infuriated one creature in particular, the great horned fellow in the tiny cage. The bars were now bent almost to bursting. As I watched, the thing uttered a trumpeting bellow and threw itself against its door. I ran to help it, planning on a last-ditch distraction, but it had no need of me. The scream of steel drowned out the cries from the guards standing between the beast and me. A few whimpering orders rang out. A handful of guards dug in their heels and spear butts. The rest parted like crabs scuttling before a cartwheel. I glimpsed the beast in the light of their torches. It was like a huge armoured cow, over 10 feet tall and just as wide. At first, I thought it was part beetle, the kind the Ark was so fond of, but this thing wore no carapace. It was an armour of leather, inches thick, striped grey and black and wrinkled like an old purse. Its face was an axe head of bone and armoured plates. From its forehead and snout sprouted two almighty tusks, each as tall as me, and each curved to a barbarous point. I gulped. Needlessly, of course, but old habits die hard, especially in the face of such a monster. I watched, almost stunned to stumbling as the beast broke the guards' ranks with a roar. Men flew aside like trees under an avalanche, broken before they touched the ground. Their screams superseded the roaring. I even saw the big lizard cartwheeling into the night, coming to an abrupt halt against a wall. It was then that I realized I was next. The beast had chosen its course, and I lay in its path, as did Danib. I glanced over my shoulder and saw the ghost hadn't slowed. He was rushing to close the gap between us before the beast could. The fucking bastard was driven, I'd give him that. "I'll tell Temza, I will," I yelled, giving him pause, but only for a moment. It was all I needed to bound forwards, rip the smock from my shoulders, and fill the path with my glow. It was a strange moment, running naked towards a charging monster, my extremities flailing wildly. They say avoiding death makes a man do desperate things, but I tell you, it's only when you're dead and bound that you know the true meaning of desperation. "Come on!" I yelled, mainly to steel myself as the ground shook under my feet. I saw the intent in the beast's tiny brown eyes, and to my surprise, it wasn't for me. It was for Danib, clanking away behind me. It was his armour. It looked precisely like the beast's. He even had a horn on his helmet. I turned back to the creature with a grin, and gritted my teeth as I met its charge with my shoulder. If I'd had a spine, it would have snapped under the speed at which I changed direction. I'd expected to be thrown over a wall. Instead, I reversed the way I came, and at a gallop far beyond the speed my legs could carry me. I opened my eyes to see Danib waving his arms, trying to slow his momentum. I yelled in what may have been delight, surprise, or even terror, but in any case, I felt a roar in my barrel-like chest. I was inside the fucking thing. I felt rage, I felt hunger, I felt a driving urge to break something, everything. I let the beast's feelings swirl with my own as I lowered my head, feeling the weight of the horns as I aimed for Danib. With a crash, akin to a banquet table being hurled down a staircase, I collided with the ghost. The impact was stunning, but it barely even slowed me. When I looked up, I saw Danib impaled on my largest horn, a gaping, shining hole in his breastplate. He was wriggling like a daemon, but he was stuck fast. His hands were empty, clenched into fists, and busy trying to wrestle himself free. My cackle came out as a growl at first, and then a more human sound as I ripped myself from the beast's body, tumbling out of its enormous backside. It sped on unfazed, barging through a cage of fanged rodents, too preoccupied with the thrashing ghost stuck to its face. I shook my head, feeling the animal rage still running through me. I felt uncoordinated, foreign to my own vapours. It was Temza's shout that awoke me. "Caltro, you bastard!" My short gallop had taken me back to the gateway, and now Temza and Miss Jexabel were on my tail. I burst into a sprint. Finnell's guards had picked themselves up and remembered their previous duties. The fight still raged around the Serex tower. I could hear the clash of armour and the echo of inhuman screeching behind me. "Caltro!" My name again, but this time in my head. I looked around, remembering Danib's empty hands, and saw something blacker than shadows lying in the dirt. Scooping Pointy up as I ran, I flashed his pommel stone a cocky look. "See? All part of the plan." His voice emanated from the blade now with a metallic edge. "You're an idiot, but a damnable lucky one." "Story of my afterlife," I yelled, cutting my bindings with ease. "I didn't know you could haunt animals." "Neither did I. Oh, and I'm sorry." "What for?" "This." I swung him downwards, chopping the lock from another cage, and another, releasing anything and everything into the night. It was part distraction, part moral high ground. I'd felt the giant beast's frustration melting under a glee born of freedom. It wasn't too dissimilar from what I was currently feeling. If I needed to be free, so did these creatures. Fuck Fennel and his collection. A spotted wolf, a huge hedgehog with quills the size of knives, a cow with curled horns, even a crocodile with a sail like a ship. I set them all free with showers of sparks and drove them at the guards as I ran. Within 100 paces and a dozen cages, I had incited pandemonium. Beast fought man, tooth against blade and claw against steel. For the time being, nobody noticed the shade darting through the clamour, naked and glowing as dimly as possible. Twice I had to flip back on myself as more reinforcements joined the fray. On the second time, I stumbled over a hairy, limp body lying crumpled and face down against a cage. From its frame, I guessed a wild dog, perhaps a small wolf. As I picked myself up, poised to dash on, I heard its spine snap as it turned to look at me. Its head swiveled all the way around, and as its bloody tongue lolled out of its mouth, I saw its white eyes turn black, like ink fouling water. Pink lips curled into a smile, bearing rows of crimson and broken fangs. I saw the chunks of teeth still swilling around its mouth, along with ragged strips of flesh I doubted were its own. I should have been accustomed to visits from the gods, but there was something beyond the timing that disturbed me. This god had no words for me, no urgings of floods and duty, just a black, haunting stare. It wasn't life seeping into this corpse, but death, and a deeper sort than had already taken this creature. I heard my name whispered by bloody lips. Caltro. My vapours prickled and I pulled myself backwards, having leaned in unknowingly. As I shuffled away from the haunting sight, I heard another crack of bones as the creature died once more. I swiftly put it behind me in a spurt of dust. "What in the reaches was that?" Pointy yelled in my hand. "Something I don't want to meet again." I spared no more time for talking and put the sword to work again, filling the air with screeching flocks of birds. Some eagerly disappeared into the dark sky. The others shared the same thirst for vengeance as their many-legged brethren, and descended on the nearest guards in blizzards of claws and beaks. I smiled to myself, even though they swarmed me as well. They couldn't harm me, and they were finally having their vengeance, like rioting slaves. I followed the river of fur, wings and teeth between the walls into a large gate. I felt my face drop as I saw the ranks of spears that filled my exit. A flurry of arrows drummed against the earth and bars around me, and I threw myself against the nearest cage. I heard the gut-wrenching yowl of a big cat and the thunk of birds meeting the earth. "Can't a ghost catch a break in this city?" I cursed. "Fuck! Can't you use your haunting? And lose you somewhere in the process? I can't hold..." I was knocked flat as a silver eagle landed on top of me, an arrow sticking from its breast. It gasped for air, massive wings rising and falling as if it were gliding on thermals, not sprawled in the dirt. "This is it," I said, pressing my hands to its feathered breast. It held no fear for me. I snapped the arrow shaft as gently as possible. "What?" "A way out." "But he's dying." "Yeah, and we've done that before, haven't we? This is how we escape, and I'm not leaving you behind." "What's gotten into you?" "I don't know about you, Pointy, but I'm quite fed up of Thames's company." "But—" There was no time for the sword's hesitation. I saw the spotted wolf run past me, fleeing in the opposite direction. I closed my eyes and drove my mind into the eagle. It battled me even in death, uttering a piercing wail. I closed its beak for it, suddenly feeling a wash of pain in my stomach. It almost broke the haunting, but I clung on, pushing myself into its pinions and golden feet. With the bird's nonsensical panic railing against my mind, I rolled onto my side and tested my wings, seeing my vision cloud as the pain washed over me again. I almost relished it. It was sensation after all. I felt alive. Clutching Pointy in my blood-stained claws, I flapped hard. I'd seen birds do it plenty of times. There seemed to be no magic to it, and yet I didn't move. More beasts flooded past my hiding place. Spears and bolts pursued them. "Caltro!" cried the sword. "I'm trying!" The answer escaped me as a screech. I bent my knees, trying to spring into it, and I managed a moment of hovering. Again, the pain dragged me back down, along with Pointy's weight. "Fucking bird! Fucking sword!" I screeched again. Keeping promises was a treacherous business, but I was determined. I tried one more burst of flight. This time, I reached the lip of the nearby cage. I grasped it with my free talons and hurled myself into the air in pure hope. My wings beat the air frantically, and I felt it like liquid under me. Letting the wings guide me, I pressed against it, and as an arrow whistled past my pinions, I wheeled for the spiked edges of the wall. "Up! Up!" the sword yelled. Clang! His obsidian blade sheared one of the spikes from its rack and sent it spinning to the cobbles below. I watched the walls pass beneath me and raised my head to see the city sprawling ahead. For a moment, I felt the possibility, the freedom only a creature with wings and wind under them could feel. A freedom to go anywhere, away from all this strife and pain, to where only the sky mattered. The breeze buoyed me up, and I felt a powerful urge to keep flapping, to get as far away from... Thump! The arrow struck me square in the ribs, sending me rolling through the air. The sword met the earth before I did, and as I crash-landed in a barrel of mouldy foot scraps, I burst from the eagle's body and rolled into a blue heap in the gutter. Dead gods only knew how many kinds of effluence I dragged my face out of. I was thankful for my lack of a sense of smell, but I still came away thrashing. Shit was shit after all. My arms beat the air like wings for a moment before I remembered myself. Pointy was embedded in a doorstep a short distance away, and it took me far too much heaving and hauling to free him. "I don't like flying," he admitted as I used him as a walking cane. There was no injury, just a punishing dizziness and exhaustion. The bird's dying moments were still washing through me. I flinched at an echoing clash of steel, still feeling its fear. I spared a glance for the eagle, bundled up in the barrel. It was an ignoble end for such a glorious beast, but I had no time for a proper burial. I could already hear whistles in the surrounding streets, barely audible over the cackling flocks of birds escaping from Seric Finnell's zoo. Even at night, their strange colours shone. I saw one bird gliding sedately and alone towards the desert. It was the golden owl, glittering in the fires from below. Before it was lost to sight, it turned its eye on me, and somehow it found me there, naked and crouched between two buildings. "Caltro," whispered Pointy. "The guards are coming." I nodded to the sword but made no answer. "What do we do now?" he asked of me. At the end of it all, there was only one choice. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's time we got our freedom. Don't you? Before he could answer, I broke into a run, heading for the glittering core of the city.
The end. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Grim Solace by Ben Galle, narrated by Maura Quirk and Samuel Rukin. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold, including audible.com, audiobooks.com, Google Play, Apple iTunes, and in public libraries through RB Digital. Thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Recorded Books and RB Digital present Breaking Chaos by Ben Galle, narrated by Maura Quirk and Samuel Rukin. Tenets of the bound dead. They must die in turmoil. They must be bound with copper half-coin and water of the Nyx. They must be bound within 40 days. They shall be bound to whomever holds their coin. They are slaved to their master's bidding. They must bring their masters no harm. They shall not express opinions nor own property. They shall never know freedom unless it is gifted to them. Chapter 1. The Slathergast. What if the Nyx were to dry up?
The question has perplexed many a scholar and thinker since the dawn of the Arctian Empire. You may as well ask an Arctian, what if the dune plains freeze over? Nobody has ever needed to answer such a preposterous question. From A Reach History by Gavin Jubb. Nilith came awake with a start so violent she slammed her head against the bars of the cage and knocked herself out afresh. It was perhaps another hour before she woke again, groggy and head pounding. She kept her eyes shut and probed with her senses instead. There had been many occasions on her quest where Nilith had awoken, aching, bewildered, knowing some great evil was nearby. Far too many times, in fact, and here she was once more. She was growing rather exhausted with it. She would have sighed, but there was a quiet to her surroundings she did not want to shatter. Nilith pieced together her situation. She was on her back. A rough wooden surface jiggled beneath her, hot with the sun every time her cheek rolled onto a fresh portion. She was clothed, or so it seemed. Every brush of the fabric felt like the scuttling of insects. Somebody whistled nearby, faintly and tunelessly. There was a stench, too. Maybe hers. And she ached. Oh, how she ached. This was no torn muscle or gaping wound. It was as if a poison burned through her veins. Nilith racked her brains, trying to remember being cut with a blade, trying to fathom the black void in her memory, the one between this painful moment and a man and a wagon, and a creature in a cage. Her eyes snapped open, finding an eyeless slab of grey meat grinning at her through criss-cross bars. 3 fat tentacles flapped at the iron. Skeletal hands with claws of blue smoke groped for her, but the bars held them back. Nilith wriggled as far away from the monster as she could, which wasn't far, it turned out. Her cage was pitifully meagre. She found more bars at her back, leaving an arm's reach between her and the beast's sickle-shaped claws. It whined, blubbering charcoal saliva from its lips and blue fangs, and Nilith kicked at the bars. The creature curled up on itself with a hissing laugh, its barbels waving at her from a coil of sweaty flesh. It tapped its vaporous talons idly against its arms, counting the moments she stared at it. Movement beyond the monster caught her attention. Her head snapped up to a black shape stenciled against a bright sky. The shape wore a wide hat, and it was then she remembered a name. Chaser Joby. Whether it was rage or panic that forced Nilith upright, she didn't know, but she was soon thrashing around trying to glimpse a horse and a falcon. She was thankful to find Anoish behind her, tethered to the wagon and staring at her dolefully. He was leaving as much space between him and the vile creature as possible, his rope taut. Dried foam coated the horse's lips. Basalt was nowhere to be seen, and the sky too bright to search for him properly. Nilith's eyes ached as if her pounding brain were trying to pop them from her skull. Instead, she hoped there was a dark speck somewhere high above, keeping watch. It was comforting to know hers was a situation shared, even if it was only with a horse and a foul-mouthed falcon. "You," she croaked, finding her voice once she'd hawked up enough sand. She had never thought her tongue could ache, but somehow it was managing it. "You let me go this instant!" Joby sighed, not bothering to turn. "I find that debtors always say that, as if being let go a moment later would be somehow inhumane." "How dare you? What did your thing do to me?" "I did nothing but reclaim you in accordance with your debts. That thing, as you call it, was merely the tool." Joby had yet to look at her, and it inflamed Nilith's rage. "Fucking let me go!" As she brought up a leaden arm to strangle the bars, she felt it. a deathly cold, striking deep to the bones of her hand and wrist. She saw the colour in her peripheral vision, and somehow she knew before her eyes could summon the courage to look down. Where a live, dark-skinned hand should have been, a ghostly hand had taken its place. With wide eyes, Nilith traced the smoky sapphire lines of her knuckles and fingers, just visible in the parching sunlight. Where the shade gave the vapour more weight, she saw the faint glow light the wood. With her other, trembling hand, she dragged back her sleeve, where the apparition of a hand met her wrist, which was still very much alive. The border between life and death was as black as Nyx water, and looked like a wound turned sour. It blistered in places, and blue shone through the cracked and pustulant skin, and on the back of her hand, a row of white stab marks showed where the monster's fangs had punctured her skin. I, she gasped. All her rage had withered like a shadow at dawn. Fear had swooped in to replace it, bringing its chums panic and dread. All else was forgotten. Pharazar, Araxes, Cicene, even Anoish and Bazelle, as she stared down at her ghostly hand. Nelith was petrified to move her hand and make the mirage real. She was afraid it would fall apart as dust or evaporate into the sun in smoke. It took her an age to stomach flexing a single finger. She saw it move, but the sensation was absent, as if she'd lain on her arm for half the night and awoken with it numb. "What foul curse is this?" Chaser Joby finally turned around, looking first at Nilith's hand, then at his pet. The creature seemed to sense it was the subject of conversation, and its greasy head poked out of its coil. "I warned you," the chaser said, no hint of remorse or guilt in his voice. "What is this?" Nilith screeched. The man had the gall to sound proud. "You sit beside a slathergast, madam, a beast from the far scatter on the outermost rim of the reaches. What did it do to me?" "What I instructed it to do. They are quite loyal once trained, you know. The slathergast bit you, plain and simple. Now its poison is at work. Fascinating creatures, and fabulous for chasing debtors. It's why the consortium began to ship them in from the far north." Nilith would have given her whole arm to burst out of the cage and show the man exactly how much she disagreed. She could not tear her eyes from her hand. "What poison? Answer me, Joby. I have the right to know." "Slathergast, madam, live in wild Nyxwells, drinking their water from birth. It turns their teeth and claws to shade, making them half alive, half dead, stuck somewhere between the two, or so the scribes say. A ghast doesn't savage you like any other wild beast would, but bites its prey only once. Then it waits, for slathergasts are wonderfully patient, you see." Nilith hated to ask, but she found herself speaking involuntarily. "Waits for what?" Joby withheld the answer for a moment, taking pleasure in watching her squirm. "It waits for you to turn to shade before feasting on you." Nilith squinted at the man, longing for her stare to pierce his skin and gut him. "That's my fate, slowly fading away." Joby flashed a wide smile. "You should be happy, madam. You can consider your debt to the consortium paid once you're dead and working." "No! No!" Nilith had no other words. She yelled it over and over as reality sank in, as if arrowhead after arrowhead pierced her. Thoughts of Pharazar and Cicene and Araxes filled her mind. Her mission had failed. "No!" She seized the bars and felt the copper in them sting her left hand. It was a pain like none she had experienced before. Yet she endured the sensation as her vapours flared. "How long? How long does it take?" "A week, perhaps more. Depends on the person." The bile churned in Nilith's gut. "There must be a cure, an antidote." "A reversal?" "Yes, tell me." Joby paused to suck his lip. "No, I'm afraid not. And even if there were, the consortium would not accept anything less than payment in full." "Fuck your consortium!" Nilith roared. Joby continued, staring straight ahead, uncaring. Defeated, Nilith slumped against the bars, her ghostly hand held in front of her face. She stared at it with abject hatred. It was a disease, a fungus claiming her bit by bit. She could have sworn more of her wrist had disappeared since she had started yelling at Chaser Joby. The ghoul's clutches had been a circus compared to this man and his cage, his monster. Krona could not beat her, but Chaser Joby had. Now Nilith was as good as dead. Worse, she would be a ghost slaving away in some hellish mine. Chest as taut as harpstrings, Nilith tried desperately to slow her breathing. The air came in quick and panicked gasps. She clawed at the skin of her forearm, finding it numb but still alive. She wondered if hacking it off would stop the poison's spread. She would have gladly given an arm, maybe both, to be rid of the Slathergast's curse and be on her way. She stared at the creature again. It was still peeking at her over its folded arms. Even without eyes, with only slits for nostrils and those grey, waving tentacles, she could feel it looking at her. Its claws had stopped tapping. Now they just shone a fierce blue, bright even in the harsh sunlight. Nilith turned instead to the horizon, where streaks of clouds lay draped across a shining city. It was tantalizingly close. Maybe 30 miles lay between them. She could even make out smaller buildings on the outskirts, and minor towers where the rooftops began to climb. She knew that from the edge of the outsprawls, almost 70 miles of city remained between her and the core districts, between her and the Grand Nixwell. Many nights she had dreamed of being this close, but the difference between dream and reality was like an icicle through the heart. A week. Even if Nilith were free of that cage and on Anoish's back, it would still be a race to reach the well in time. An overwhelming feeling of failure washed through her, as if her blood had been replaced with river water. So many miles, so much pain, so much work, and all to end up like this. Her heart started to drum again, and she tried to focus on what few positives remained. One small mercy was the fact Joby was going north, not south, and that he was pushing his wagon at a fair trot. At least she didn't have to face lingering as well as a Slathergast's damning poison. Nilith smacked her good hand against the bars, making the cage rattle. Joby looked over his shoulder. "What of the ghost? The shade I was with in your consortium's so-called white hell?" "Cal Duat does not deserve such a name." She spat through the bars of the cage. "Not been there, have you?" Joby tutted. Nilith hoped she was beginning to nettle him. "The shade will be found shortly. His tracks are heading north like you were, madam. Beetle tracks, if I'm not mistaken, which I hardly ever am." "That's why you're not wasting any time." "It behooves one to be swift in all matters relating to business. His debt is still to be collected." At least that gave her time. At least Pharazar would be back at her side, behind bars and far away from any Nixwell. Another small mercy. Nilith groaned and knocked her head against the bars, punishing herself for letting Chaser Joby come anywhere near her. She should have learned from the brutality of the desert and shot him square between the eyes. Many more times she pitted her head against the bars, and by the time afternoon was slipping into evening, she had quite the lump to nurse, and no brighter a mood for it. She had seen Basalt once, or so she thought, through her sun-blind eyes. Something dark and winged had fluttered low over a nearby dune, looking dishevelled, but still alive. Joby pushed his wagon harder the closer the city loomed. He followed a rough road carved between the dunes that had begun to peter out and bow before Araxes' might. A handful of travellers had passed them by in wide berths, as was the custom, with wary eyes for the cage and its occupants. When one horse tired, Joby switched it for the other, and so maintained his pace. It was smart, and meant he could keep ploughing on through night and day, napping at the reins. Nilith had seen him do it once or twice, and took the opportunity to peer about the wagon for anything remotely useful for picking locks or hacking off poisoned arms. There was nothing in reach, and she was left to rattle the locks, infuriated. The Slathergast hissed at her noise, rearing up to face her. She gave it a foul gesture and told it to go fuck itself. Joby snuffled as he righted himself, and Nilith reassumed her moody slump, turning away from him. In the darkness, a few tears may have hurried down her cheek, eager not to be seen. The beetle was behaving at last. It could have even been said that Pharazar was starting to enjoy the creature's lurching gait. It wasn't that he had learned to tolerate its unpredictability, but rather to work with its strange habits. All it had taken was perseverance. It was this determination, this iron will, that had kept them moving and brought the city lights much closer. They filled his view, sunrise to sunset, myriad pinpricks of light set in a jagged mountain range of buildings, black against the purple dusk. For what must have been the 100th time that day, he stared up at the mighty pillar of the cloud-piercer, his cloud-piercer, and grinned eagerly. He kicked the beetle on, not that it did much to spur it. The throne awaited him, as did whatever his daughter or the torrid Syrinx had been plotting in his wife's absence. Nilith had jeopardized everything for her greed, and Pharazar damned her for it, damned her to the void. When he was on his throne again, he would keep her for 40 days and make her watch her body decay until she evaporated, banished forever. That would teach her. Grinning smugly, Pharazar held his eyes on the city and let the beetle do the work beneath him. It was when they rounded a dune that he saw the distant crack in the earth, black against the sand. It ran south from the edge of the sprawls, lined by small candles hanging from rope railings. They stretched into the sands and gathered around a squat building. Bent over it was a bone-like structure, 3 huge black tusks upended so their points crossed. Several more buildings spread out in a line from there. They looked dilapidated, and those furthest out had been swallowed by the dunes. If Pharazar squinted, he thought he could make out shapes moving across the moor of a bright square deeper into the sprawls. If he still had a heart, it would have been pounding against his ribs. Pharazar leaned to the side, as he had learned to do, and slowly turned the beetle towards the Nixwell. Even from a few miles away, there was no mistaking the dark river and the structure. The Nixites had always marked their territory with flamboyance, their version of it anyway. Pharazar thought it drab, macabre, and outdated, just like the Nixites. Perhaps Pharazar would finally take control of the wells himself once he was back in the Cloud-Piercer, declare it a royal responsibility. This little trip through the desert had taught him a thing or two about seizing what a man wanted. He may not have been a man any more, but he knew what he wanted. He had spent long enough hiding in his sanctuaries, both north and south. He had grown soft, and though it had cost him his life, it would not cost him his rule. He kicked at the beetle's armoured sides, and again, until the creature clicked in annoyance and finally put some speed into its gait. Pharazar turned around to steady his body, and as he did, he saw the dark mark on the face of a white dune several miles behind him. There was no moon tonight, but stars aplenty, and in their light it looked like a wagon with 3 horses around it. He couldn't spy any people, but he recognised the shape of it enough to know he'd seen it before. The man in the gold and flat hat. Pharazar did not believe in coincidences. Once more he kicked the beetle until it whined so much he feared it would stop moving altogether. It stumbled into a good trot, but so did the man behind them. Pharazar swore he heard the snap of a whip over the rushing breeze and felt desperation descend. It made him lean forwards, urging his stupid insect on with what scant weight he had. There was little time to fetch a half-coin from the Nixites now. If they refused him, he could either race into the streets on the back of a beetle or fuck the intentions of both this man and Nilith and throw his body into the Nix unbound. He had promised himself freedom, afterlife or the void, and though it disappointed him deeply not to have the freedom, he was a stubborn bastard. If it stopped Nilith, so be it. With the beetle's stumbling canter, the sprawls and the Nixwell edged closer. Barely 2 miles to go, and they were agonising. Pharazar spent them snatching looks over his shoulder, seeing the man and his wagon come closer every time. Now and again he would lose them between the dunes, and Pharazar would tense in hope, glowing darker and moodier when they reappeared. The chase drew so close that he could see a cage on the man's wagon and something glowing faintly inside it. The 2 horses pulling the wagon were slathering and wide-eyed. Pharazar began to undo some of the ropes binding his body to the beetle's carapace, getting ready to push it into the first scrap of Nixwater he could find. His corpse began to squelch, bouncing with the creature's canter. Even then, in that moment, hand hovering over the wrappings, Pharazar wondered what his old self looked like after several weeks under the hot sun. He didn't dare to look. He could see a handful of Nixites now, milling between the buildings with candles in their hands. He could hear the music of some flute wailing over the bustle of a nearby night bazaar. There was less than a quarter mile to go now. The rift was a stone's throw away, arcing towards him as though heading off the chase. He bit his lip as hard as his formless teeth allowed, straining to go faster. "I need copper! Copper, Nixites!" he bellowed. None of the robed bastards moved, merely exchanging concerned looks. Pharazar looked about for guards or sellswords, but there were none to be seen. There came a hiss and a sudden thud, and the beetle came crashing to the earth. Pharazar tumbled over its spiny head and into the dust with a cry. Without bones to break or a brain to stun, he wasted no time in sprinting back to the collapsed insect. A thick triggerbow bolt protruded from a gap in its carapace. "Gah!" he grunted. "It's your fault for not having a thicker shell!" The beetle burbled away woefully as Pharazar dragged his body from its back and began to haul it towards the rift. Pharazar pushed all the strength he had into his hands and feet. The sand slipped beneath his bare soles, but the body moved, and quickly too. He heaved and he heaved, trying to ignore the approaching rumble of hooves and wheels. "I need a copper coin! Help me!" he yelled again. A few Nixites were coming forwards, tentatively. They were not looking at him, but at the wagon racing after him. "Fuck you, then!" Pharazar cursed, wild eyes turning to the Nix and locking there. Only a score of yards remained. Sand scraped beneath the body. The strain was unbearable. 10 yards. His glow turned white as he screeched with the effort. Now 5.
The Nixites began to scarper behind their building. "So be it!" Pharazar roared. "So be it! No binding tonight, you fetid bastards!" He slumped to a heap at the edge of the rift and threw everything he had behind his body. It teetered on the edge of the black-stained rock. "Yah!" he cried, shoving once more as hooves and skidding wagon wheels sprayed him with sand. He felt the pull of the earth take his corpse as strong, inhuman arms grabbed him by the shoulders. He was dragged backward, but he did not care. His body would momentarily be in the Nyx, and he would soon be gone from this place. Pharazar looked around with a grin, trying to find Nilith before he was whisked into the ether. He wanted to see the shame and failure etched into her face. Instead, he met a bulbous lump of grey skin with no eyes and a maw filled with glowing fangs. He realized then what held him in its grasp. The monster's jaws were already wide and poised to sink into his shoulder, which they did with relish. He screamed as the pain ran through him. Black veins spread from where the fangs sank in. Glee turned to terror, and Pharazar began to thrash. It only made the pain worse, but somehow he found time to wonder whether he'd made a mistake in choosing the afterlife. It was turning out to be a severe disappointment. "Desist!" somebody shouted. There came the snap of a switch. "Not food!" The monster let go, slithering back on a legless body and whining horribly. Pharazar was left to sprawl on the sand and clutch at his shoulder and clench his ghostly teeth. The black veins receded, replaced with burning white lines. Some of his vapours were missing from a ragged patch around his shoulder, where bite marks still glowed. Seething, he reached out towards the Nyx, but only managed to claw at the sand. "What's wrong? Why am I not in the afterlife?" "A fine attempt, Shade, but you are out of luck," said a voice. And Pharazar looked up to find a resplendent-looking man in a wide-brimmed hat standing over him. He was pointing at the shallow rift. "Go on. After you." Under the man's watchful eye, Pharazar crawled forwards until he could peer into the Nyx. Instead of a pool or river of oily waters, he found only ink-stained rock. At the bottom of the rift, a dozen feet down, he spotted his body lying curled like a fat grub, dry as the stone around it. He understood now why the Nixites were peeking out from behind their adobe walls. There had been no help to give. Pharazar's fist met the sand with a puff, and his forehead quickly followed. Disappointment was a sour draught. "Where has it gone?" he mumbled against the earth, as the man bound his hands with black rope. Judging by its weight, it had a copper core. "It can't have just gone." "Haven't you heard, Half-Life? Nyx is all but dried up in the sprawls." "Lies!" "Truly. They say the city's not too far behind, despite the Emperor increasing the price of Nyx water. Shipments out from the city are too slow or too expensive for the folk in these parts." "Why?" came a familiar voice. Pharazar looked up to see Nilith's face pressing against the thick bars of the cage atop the wagon. Still alive, which was a deep shame. One of her hands was hidden within her coat. He was irritated to see her healed, with new clothes on her back, and apart from the trace of worry in her eyes, fairly well rested. He inwardly cursed her. "Why do they say the Nyx is drying up?" she asked. The man shrugged. "Unclear. The Nyxites are clueless. I believe One goddamned moment, peasant! Who the fuck are you to interfere with my dealings?" Pharazar demanded, as he was veritably carried to the wagon.
The monster slithered alongside like a loyal snake, grey tongue lolling hungrily over its fangs.
I have a right to my freedom. I, Shade, am Chaser Joby of the Consortium. And a right inconvenient shit, muttered Nilith. Joby spared a moment to whack her fingers from the bars with his switch, but she was too quick. As I was saying, I am here to reclaim your debt. What damn debt? Speak, man! Joby looked a little put out by Pharazar's regal tone. The toll to pass through Calduat Mine. Your debt has been set at your life. Seeing as that is already taken, your servitude will suffice. Freedom is no longer your right, I'm afraid. Pharazar raised his chin, glaring fiercely as he was hitched by his bonds to Nilith's side of the cage. The creature was shepherded into the other side, behind the partition of bars. It was this woman's fault, not mine. Do you expect a Shade to be responsible for his owner's actions? You deplorable twat, came the hiss from behind him. Joby moved to the rift with a hook attached to a rope. Within moments, he was hauling up the body and dragging it across the sand. Seeing as you fled this woman and this body is not yet bound, I can only assume you are nobody's property yet. Therefore, you can be held responsible. You shall belong to the Consortium, and soon. How dare you! I demand to know who this Consortium of yours thinks it is. Nilith had more words for them. A hive of inconvenient shits. Joby whacked the bars again. He seemed a man short of temper. As I have already told your companion, Shade, the Consortium are a group of businessmen, and exceptional ones at that. The Chamber of Trade thinks itself the power behind business in the Ark, but in fact, that belongs to the Consortium. Hence, you would do well to respect them. That's why we have never heard of them, is it? Muttered Nilith. The chaser occupied himself by dumping Pharazar's body onto the wagon's rear. He craned his neck as far away from the bundle as possible, mouth at a severe downward angle. He clamped a scented napkin to his face as soon as a hand was free. It's the wise businessman who knows the benefits of confidentiality, privacy. You have no right to know the Consortium's dealings. And you have no right to levy spurious tolls. Only the Emperor makes such rules, and he has not granted you any such permission, Pharazar barked at him. Joby gave him a sour yet smug look as he mounted the wagon's seat. Your woman said the same, and I shall tell you what I told her. The Emperor has no care for this city, only his wars. His own Empress has fled, and his daughter has enough trouble with the city spiralling into havoc. That is why we save the royal family the trouble of passing decrees, and do as we please. And why not, when it was the last Emperor who sold the Consortium the land in the first place, decades ago? We are not some measly market traders hawking yesterday's fish shade. Why, where do you think the stone for the city's towers and highroads comes from? Consortium quarries. Or the grain in Araxes grain stores. Bellish crops on Consortium wagons, sold to the Chamber of Trade. Or whose ships carry in furs and jewels for tawse and towels? The Consortium's. If the Emperor ever came out of his sanctuary, he would learn that this empire consists of more than just the city of Araxes. Joby cocked his head then, as if trying to place a memory. I must say, you look rather familiar to me, he said to Pharazar. Pharazar narrowed his eyes. His bonds shook with the frustration and outrage running through him. His desires counted for nothing since his death. It was infuriating. A soul at its heart was nothing but desire.
You'll get what's coming to you, Chaser Joby, both you and your consortium. The wagon lurched forwards without care for Pharazar's threats, heading parallel to the outsprawl's edge and away from the curious looks of the Nixites. No sooner had the wheels started moving than Nilith prodded him in the back and whispered in his ear. "There's always comfort in knowing you were right, at least. You did tell me you'd see me in Araxes," she snickered. Pharazar snarled as he hunched away from her, arms lashed and taut behind him. He stared at the empty Nixwell until it was lost behind a dune, wishing death on this putrid man and his monster, on his consortium, and on the wife who had brought all of this upon him. The wife sitting beside him in a cage, clutching her arm to her belly, looking sorrier than he had ever seen her. At least that was some comfort. Chapter 2. The Outsprawls. How does the Ark control its borders? I'll tell you how. Ghosts. A fucking million of them, armed and armoured, spread between my islands and Araxes' coast. They never need food, water, rest, or medicine. That is why nobody challenges Emperor Pharazar's lands, and why I cannot invade. My only tactic is to outlast his ghostly hordes, let them smash themselves against my copper gates, and wait for the Arctian Empire to rot from within. From Scatter Prince Phila's diary, dated year 999. Grit crunched between her teeth and in the cracks of her dried tongue. She tried to pull more air into her lungs, but her jaw seemed locked in place. Her swollen eyes were cemented shut by sand and sun-baked blood. Hellas couldn't feel the rest of her body at all. Panic forced her eyes open. Such a small and simple movement, and yet it took all she had. Bright sunlight surged into her throbbing eyes, and she retched. Only then did she feel her body, afire in 100 places as she convulsed, spewing up nothing but bloody water and fuck all of it. It still threatened to drown her if she didn't move or tilt her head. Hellas rolled herself between hurls and chewed sand to keep her stomach still. If ribs could speak, hers would have been screeching in agony. Her legs were still numb, and she listened for a kick of sand as she tried muscles she had known for decades. To her relief, there was a gentle scuff, barely more than a twitch, but enough to know her spine wasn't broken, and that something bound her knees. Though the sun blinded her, it was having a warming effect. Her pain had been so vicious she had not noticed she was cold, freezing cold in fact. She lay there for a moment, wondering how a single body could ache so much and not be dead. Hellas looked around, noting the sand's rosy glow and the dew on a nearby spur of butchered cactus. Its maroon, finger-like branches and scattered pale fruit, not dissimilar to eyeballs, shone with it. Somebody had wanted it out of their path. She knew how it felt. No. Only palms and flowers sprouted in Araxes. Crimson ripsa usually grew where desert met city. Hellas twitched at the realization. Breathing heavily, and ingesting copious handfuls of grit into her lungs, she forced her head up so she could survey her blurry surroundings. Closing one eye showed her an adobe wall with a barred window. With a painful twist of her head, Hellas saw a white cottage half swallowed by a small dune. Between her and it lay another body. Just a dark lump, but somehow she knew it. Her heart began to stir some more. Hellas angled her head to see rippling sand leading off into the endless desert. Too pained to move, she put her ears to use. There was a ringing in one of them, and a persistent thumping in her head, But besides that, she heard the buzzing of insects, the sizzling of dew, and the rumble of a distant city. The outsprawls. They've dumped me in the fucking sprawls. She attempted to move, but something bound her arms as well as her legs. Helles looked down, eyes bulging at the sackcloth that was wrapped around her. She began to writhe. Spittle foaming at her mouth, she heaved herself into a roll. She screamed when she turned over, feeling broken bones crunch in her wrist and smacking her split forehead against the sand. Twice more she rolled, until the sackcloth had loosened enough for her bruised fingers to claw at the earth. Spitting what grit and vomit she could scrape from her mouth with her swollen tongue, Helles sprawled beneath the sky and let the sun warm her, perchance even heal her. She needed to feel something other than pain, and the roasting heat was in abundance. It let her know she was alive. Despite her agony, she drifted in and out of consciousness until the sun scaled to its zenith. When Helles could stoke herself into action, she pushed herself from the sand with her good arm. Her skin was hot, burned in the places that were split or not used to sun. New wounds announced themselves with shocks of pain or vicious twinges. She poked at them, taking note of each. Her right wrist was broken, and the skin around the suspicious-looking lump was a blue bordering on black. Purple and red patches covered the rest of her body. At least 3 ribs were broken. Her left knee was aflame. One eye was almost swollen shut, and at some point in the fight, her lips had clashed with her teeth and come off the worse. 2 of the aforementioned teeth were absent. There was a gash on her forehead, and Helles couldn't decide whether it was grit or skull fragments she could feel in the wound. In any case, it had finished its bleeding, but not before painting her face crimson. She could feel it flaking under her fingertips, and they came away dark. It was probably why they had assumed her dead, but why she hadn't been bound and sold already was beyond her. It took far too much time, but Helles got to her knees. Her scrutinizer's robes had been ripped and torn to the point of shreds, but the black cloth and silver lining were still recognizable. Scrutinizers were not loved any more in the sprawls than they were in the city's core. With a grimace, she pulled at the threads of her uniform until it had fallen to the sand. Then she heaved up the sackcloth and wore it as a makeshift cloak. In a shambling crawl, she reached the nearby body. Her suspicions were proven true once the ragged black cloak had been torn away. It was Jim. Jaw and nose caved in and teeth all gone, but Helles still recognized his eyes, all wide and wild. They were a snapshot of his emotions the moment of his death. Dread and panic. She thumped his chest several times, cursing him breathlessly until her aching throat formed a word out of spit and sand. Stupid! Helles fell back onto her arse, panting while she regained enough strength for standing. She had no doubt in her mind what task lay before her. Return to the city. That was the only logical thing to do. Chamberlain Rebene had to be informed precisely what Horrocks had done, what she had under her garden. The scrutinizer in Helles could already see the links forming between Horrocks and Temsa, their ruthlessness, secrecy, and plotting. She stood, but kept her eyes on Jim as she rose. Horrocks had made a mistake in killing a proctor of the chamber, but she had made a bigger mistake leaving a scrutinizer alive. She should have had the guards kick Helles's face in too. Using her good hand, Helles seized his heavy foot and, with much stumbling and lung-burning effort, dragged Jim's corpse towards a nearby drift of sand. With a shard of pottery she found in the shade, She gave him the best burial she could offer, dragging the sand over the broken body until it was hidden. At least there, on the very edge of the city, Jim's shade would have a better chance of hiding out until the tenants dragged him to the afterlife. Helles stumbled in the direction of the distant towers, eyeing every nook and cranny of the tumble-down buildings about her, flinching every time the hot breeze moaned over curved rooftops. A few empty shacks of palmwood and broken crates sat in gaps between houses. These were the hovels of those almost at the very bottom of Araxes' social pyramid. It was still better than indenturement. Few belongings remained inside the shells of buildings, only gaudy graffiti and poles decorated with ceramic skulls. Crossed bones had been painted over door frames, a macabre welcome for any visitor. A few houses even had steps supported by clay skulls that grinned at the street. Death held a mighty sway out on the edges of Araxes. Pickings were fewer, but the profits were huge. Binding had become more than a commerce to those of the outsprawls. It had become a definition of life, something almost to be worshipped. Helles kept her blurry, throbbing gaze fixed on the soaring core of the city many miles north. The distance made her legs want to crumble, but she chastised them and dragged them on regardless. Weakness was a product of fear, and she refused to be afraid. A lone yellow tower watched over the local sprawl of adobe and sand. It was a circular construction, decorated with rings of red stone. She heard a clanging emanating from its walls, and began to tread, or rather shuffle, quietly. She was in no mood nor shape to deal with any soul-stealers or would-be chancers. Her soul was her own, and needed in the city. Hobbling between the houses and shacks as fast as she could manage, Helles caught glimpses of a small, leather-clad band gathered around an anvil. Beneath the sweat and forge soot, their arms and bare chests had been ringed with crimson-painted scars. The bigger the man, the more scars and rings he owned. Helles had rounded up enough soul-stealer gangs to know their type. No doubt whatever sharp implements they were forging were not meant for good, and she hobbled on, eager to be gone. No eye caught her, and no shouts followed. She kept her head up and her ears sharp, despite the piercing ringing in one of them. In an alley, she found a discarded crutch left atop some sackcloth. It was as close to a grave as Araxes got these days, and clearly belonged to some beggar whisked away in the night by knife and greed. Helles gritted her teeth at the injustice, but as she tucked the crutch's splintered handle into her armpit, she guiltily thanked the stealers for their single-mindedness. All they cared for were souls. Countless times she had found coin purses and rings discarded beside bloody clothes, as if they were as worthless as wood or papyrus. She wondered what the ancient days had been like, when bandits had taken either coin or lives, but never both. Now it was purely the latter. A society that puts no price on murder is no society at all. Pushing her anger down into her legs, Helles adopted a faster pace. She stuck to the shadows, half a shade, half a secrecy. Her crutch thudded softly on the sand. The bustle that had been so distant was growing louder, though to her eyes the towers had come no closer. If the busyness of Araxes' core was a raging fire, then the outsprawls were its scattered embers. In some places, like her current surroundings, they were char and ash, coals flung too eagerly in the desert. In others, they smouldered on, trying their best to burn like the core of the city did. Helles was glad for it. Crowded spaces and broad daylight meant for safer passage than dark and empty streets, even in Araxes. Helles pressed a shoulder up against a corner and poked her head around it. There was a rainbow-coloured crowd at the far end of the deserted street. A few beggars dotted the doorways between her and the press of bright cloths and chattering voices. The beggars sat with their heads down, arms propped up on drawn knees, empty hands or upturned hats out for arms. A few sported cuts and bruises like she did, though none so gratuitous or numerous. A few were painted with white ash, a sign of complete poverty in the sprawls. Beggars like these normally didn't last long. Either the soul-stealers found them in the night, or the beggars sold themselves into indenturement just for a release from the mortal struggles of age, hunger, or disease. Hellas saw one man with his hat on the sand, his ashen hands busy twisting string and slathering it with dark yellow grease, a tallow candle to light come nightfall, to let the stealers know he wouldn't put up a fight. Hellas pulled her ragged body forwards, leaning heavily on the crutch. It groaned in protest. The first beggar, the one busy with a candle, gave her a glancing look. His eyes soon swivelled back to her, wider now they had clocked the blood and bruises between the sackcloth. He gave her a sympathetic look, then turned to the candle in his hands and calmly set it to one side, unfinished. It was still there by the time she reached the busy street. The commotion dizzied her after the sneaking and the silence of the abandoned streets. She took a moment to catch her breath against a column of a building and watched the stream of people rush past her. Half the street flowed one way, half flowed the other, and at the sides it was undecided, eddying around bright stalls and shop fronts. The chatter of voices combined into one incoherent drone, broken at times by merchants ringing bells every time a deal was struck. Hellas didn't know if it was her aching eyes or the squat buildings allowing more sunlight into the streets, but the crowd seemed more colourful, more vibrant here than in the city proper. Signs proclaimed their goods in Old Arctian, as well as the common tongue, and some glyphs Hellas had never seen before, nomad scroll, older than the Empire itself. There were fewer shades mingling with the living, revealing the poorer nature of the sprawlers, but plenty of beasts. Scarab beetles, cows, centipedes, donkeys and their riders plied their way through the radiant crowds. Some tugged along carts with merchants perched on top, yelling offers while waving bowls of nuts and silks in their hands. Desert crows and finches and parrots flitted back and forth between the stalls, carrying messages and trades between vendors. Hellas took a breath, feeling overwhelmed, and spices stung her sore nose. She winced. There were scents on the breeze she did not recognize, and for the first time in decades, she felt foreign in her own city. Hellas's eyes followed a long-legged insect as it plodded through the crowds, towering over 9 feet tall. A mere child sat atop it, a girl with a narrow gaze and a high chin. She was wrapped in shimmering silk and held the reins aloofly off to one side. Her beast's carapace was bright green. It had a tall, domed head, and its legs were sharply arched and pointed. The insect trilled away to itself as it serenely picked its path. Hellas had never seen the like of it. She followed its movements until she spotted a trough in the gap between 2 stalls. Her thirst overrode all other thoughts, and before she knew it, she was limping over to it, tongue already lolling from her mouth. For a brief moment, as she gazed down at the murky water with its film of oil and slobber and scattered straw, her breathing stalled her. The spiny, mustard-yellow boar slurping away at the far end of the trough eyed her suspiciously, but all she could see was its lapping tongue between its sharp tusks. Thirst won her over, and she plunged her face into the trough. The water was warm and tasted of animals, but she drank anyway, half drowning before coming up for air. Her split lips and forehead stung anew, but she forced herself to cup the water and wash them as much as she could bear. "Oi!" a voice yelled from behind her. "That's for beasts, not beggars!" Hellas spared a moment to face the speaker, making sure her eyes carried heavy measures of dangerous and displeased. He was a pale-skinned man in a turban. In his hands he held a rope, the other end of which was looped about the boar's neck. The man caught the venom in her eyes and pouted. "Who says I'm a beggar?" she croaked. "Just look at you, and your filth is getting in all the drinking water. Who knows what diseases you lot carry?" His point made, he tugged at his spiny boar, who seemed irritated his drinking had been disturbed, and the two of them walked away. Hellas drank until her stomach ached before pushing herself back to her feet and crutch. Her antics and the man's shouts had drawn looks. Several of the nearby traders watched her, faces wrinkled in distaste. A few mercenary guards on the other side of the street were pointing at her. It was time to move on. She walked for an hour, perhaps more. The guards followed her for a time, but they were only paid enough to guard so much of the street, and before long she had become somebody else's business. The outsprawls had not changed, growing no taller nor closer to the ever-present shadow of the city. The crowds ebbed and flowed between the compact districts. Some had been friendlier than others. Hellas had seen a few figures huddled at the edges of streets, eyes flitting about the crowd. They had lingered on her for longer than was comfortable. They had the look of hawks watching a procession of rabbits, noting the injured, the lame, the young, the old. Here and there, along broader streets, trouble stirred around warehouses of white stone propped up by black marble pillars. Brown-clad hooded figures stood behind rows of hired men, while queues of angry folk with buckets and barrels cried out and berated them. The shouts were too many, too emotional to glean much sense from them, but Hellas knew Nixites when she saw them. Queues at Nixwells or warehouses were not uncommon in the outer districts, but these commotions seemed more serious. Hellas also knew the beginnings of a riot when she saw one. She wandered closer to the nearest warehouses, trying to pick complaints out of the barrage of noise and cursing. There must have been 40 people clamouring at the broad steps of the warehouse, pressing against the sellsword's shield wall. The protesters were of all cuts and colours, from servants and workers to businessmen and soul traders. Halfway between their guards and the doorway, two Nixites repeatedly waved their hands for peace and understanding, and were repeatedly denied. "How can it have dried up?" came the bellow of one man in a shit-brown coat. He threw his papyrus pail to the dust and stamped on it over and over. "I don't have time for this," he cried out between wild grunts of effort. "Please, calm. We are as concerned as you are." "What are we to do?" yelled a woman, reaching forward over the shields only to be barged back into the arms of another. "I have souls to bind," called yet another. One of the Nixites wore a shaky smile. "Shipments are coming from the core districts, we assure you, and 2 of the Nixwells in the next district over also have water." "Outrageous!" shouted the man in the turd-coloured coat. Leaving his pail in the dust, he threw up his hands and marched away, leading most of the mob north to the next well, like a blustering wind dragging a squall along with it. The 2 Nixites blew sighs of relief as they hurried back into the safety of their warehouse. Hellas loitered a moment by the building's edge, watching the sellswords and those who remained to wait and mutter angrily to themselves. With a humph, Hellas slipped away to a quieter street, wondering what in the reaches would cause the ever-present Nixwell to dry up like a common desert spring. Passing under the cool shadow of a crooked tower, she found a secluded doorway by a bustling junction and awkwardly collapsed into it. Her limbs were afire, and several cuts had reopened during her stubborn shuffle north.
The feet of the crowds trod inches from her own, but she did not care, despite the tuts and curses aimed her way. Breathing a deep sigh, Hellas stared down at the awl she had swiped from a leatherman's table while he had been distracted screaming at a customer. It was a short, rusty thing, but it had a big enough spike for jamming into eyes or ribs or groins. She tried to grip it in her right fist, but pain lanced up her arm. Left arm it would have to be. She secreted the weapon inside her makeshift sleeve. Once more, she lost herself in the crowd's noises, the gentle tapping of an artist's hammer, something sizzling in iron pans, the braying laughter after a crude joke, hooves and feet scuffling in the sand. "There is but one God who still lives, friends. Neither dead nor lost is he." Hellas's eyes snapped open. Through the forest of legs and feet, she spotted a shade standing on a small wooden pedestal. He glowed even in the bright sunlight. His face beamed as he delivered his words, and his robes were the colour of blood. A small crowd had gathered around him. Many of them were free shades, with white feathers splayed across their breasts. The rest were fine-dressed dawdlers, as alive as Hellas was. The shade continued his speech. "It is he who gave us the gift of binding, stolen from jealous gods who would seek to keep man and woman slave to their promise of afterlife, who would ask us to devote our lives to giving them prayer. We were promised a paradise, friends, but it is an empty void, nothing more, nothing like the second life we owe to Sesh today." Although a shout of "fuck off" came from the crowd, the gathering at the preacher's pedestal grew in number. Hellas heard their curious murmurs over the bustle. With great difficulty and a lot of grunting, she made it to her feet and set about navigating the flow of the junction. Despite the shoves and much stumbling, she reached the edges of the group and hovered near to a wall. No doubt the day's sweat, not to mention being wrapped up in a sack for gods knew how long, had made her smell riper than an old chamber pot. She could not be bothered with attracting more attention. As the shade waxed on about Sesh's gifts and endless love for both living and dead, Hella's eyes toured the gathered. When not intrigued, most faces were blank. A few nodded along to the words. Hellas caught sight of other hooded figures loitering on the far side of the pedestal. They too were clad in deep red, hooded and as still as the column she leaned against. They had the bulk of armour beneath their cloaks, and she noticed the glint of silver at their collars and cuffs. If they moved, she would no doubt see the shapes of swords at their hips. Hellas felt sweat on her injured brow, the sting of salt as well as cold. The cult were allowed no weapons. It was royal decree. Emperor Milazan himself had given that speech many years ago before retreating into his sanctuary. Hellas had been but a proctor then, a volunteer, just like Jim. She knuckled her brow and winced, her hand coming away bloody from a reopened cut. Some of the blood began to drip into her swollen eye, and she turned around. The speaker's words caught her. "We preach not what old religions demanded of you, such as tithe or prayer. We preach only understanding, friends, fairness for all, and an end to this miserableness of the lie the Ark has told itself for centuries, an end to crime, to poverty such as this." Hellas found the eyes of the gathering on her as the shade pointed her out, sackcloth bruises and all. "Charity, friends, an old idea, long forgotten. Such as it is, the Church of Sesh has decided upon a momentous change. We are no longer a brotherhood of the dead, but of the living too. The light of Sesh should be for all,
especially in times of such chaos and shortage." Hellis spat blood in the sand and shuffled away. She already disliked the cult, or church as they had haughtily rebranded themselves, but now she found new hatred for them, and for those who were stupid enough to believe their wily words. Although her feet pointed north, the exhausted, angry part of her wanted to drive that all into every gullible face in that group. The cult only served itself. Worry plagued her as the walk took her anger away in scant increments. Horrocks and Temsa were the criminals that occupied her mind, but now the cult's agenda had reared its head and refused to leave. Hellis felt the burden of duty weigh heavy on her, and her back bowed under its weight. She certainly fit the bill of beggar as she tottered towards the city as fast as the pain would allow. The city of countless souls needed a saviour now more than ever. If it had to be her, so be it. It was her job, after all.
Chapter 3. Decisions. The Arctian Empire is obsessed with two liquids. The first is Nyx water, the second is beer, and I can see why. The Skoll have their fire wine, the Crass their Medea. Even the Scatter Isles can ferment sugar and palm nuts, but they pale in comparison to the care and passion of the brewhouses of Araxes. It's no wonder they say an Arctian is the only man who'll drink himself to death, and keep drinking. Excerpt from Reach Around, A Traveller's Guide to the Far Reaches. I can't believe you've done it again. What? This might be the last pint that ever passes my lips. And fuck me, was I savouring every sip. The beer was as cold as spring snow off the Crass steppes, and just as refreshing. The bubbles stung my tongue as they rushed down my throat. I swilled it against the roof of my borrowed mouth to taste the hops, and sighed. They aren't your lips. I looked again at the beaten bronze that clad the wall behind the bar. Statues of old emperors and empresses lined it, all skinny and regal, with mighty crowns and crooked sceptres. Between their heads I could see my goggle-eyed expression, and the way my face seemed to hang off my cheeks like wet linen. It was probably due to the fact I'd knocked the man senseless with a brick. The unconscious body was almost as heavy as the dead one I'd worn to the last tavern. At least this one didn't reek as much and was roughly the same shape as the body I'd once inhabited. I patted my round belly for good measure, feeling the ripples reverberate around my ribs. It was strangely comforting. Staring again at my bronze reflection, I examined my black and braided locks. Light scatter-isle teeth, and teeth whiter than any craftsman could hope for. Though I was missing a few. I probed the gaps with my tongue. The ache at the back of my head had faded to a dull throbbing, and from what Pointy said, the blood was hardly noticeable. Not that the sight of a bleeding man would raise any eyebrows in this city. My clothes were not rich, but neither were they poor. One of my fingers had a ring on. There had been another on the other hand, but that had gone to buying the beer. It wasn't my fault the man I'd borrowed hadn't been carrying any silver. I guessed he was some scatterfolk merchant, and wondered what nearby stall or room he had left unattended. Shrugging, I downed my pint to its mealy dregs, and signalled the barkeep for another. "Okay," I said to myself and the sword at my belt. "This might be the last pint." "You're procrastinating? You still haven't decided, have you?" "No, I have not." "I thought we were past this, after last time." I thought of a guard's body floating in the harbour, and flicked my nail against the blade of the sword to shut him up. A ghost in a conical felt hat shuffled over. She was missing half her skull and had a canyon-like cut in her collarbone. I was curious how far it reached below the hem of her cotton gown. "Another?" she asked, her voice hollow. I wondered if mine sounded like that when I wasn't stealing others' bodies. As it was, I spoke with a high-pitched voice, cracked at the edges with pipe smoke. "Please." "Fine blade," she said, nodding to Pointy as she reached beneath the bar to work some spigots. I tried a smile. Well, I contorted my limp face into something resembling one, and she blinked, owlishly. "What are you doing now, for dead God's sake? Drowning sorrows or celebrating something?" she asked. I shrugged. Bit of both, I think. The ghost nodded sagely as she produced another clay tankard of foaming beer. "Not a soul in this city that don't have a sorrow or two. More so now, what with all these attacks. Nick's dying out too, or so they say. Streets are worse than they ever been. And that's saying something." I looked to the doorway, hearing the muted splash of rain behind the shivering curtains. I pondered what waited for me beyond. Ahem. I offered up the other ring when I realized she was staring at me with her palm out, eyebrow raised. The shade rolled her eyes at my payment, but still snatched it away in any case. There was a brief white glow in her fingers as they grazed my skin. She flashed me a curious look. "What's your sorrow?" she asked. Whether she was genuinely interested or simply fulfilling the age-old role of conversational barkeep, I didn't know. All the best ones know beer tastes sweeter when swilled alongside words. I had a difficult decision to make. I found solace in the fact I'd found another ear to bend. Such is the way of lonely people sitting at bars, and nothing is better for teasing out problems than the blank judgment of a stranger. It made me feel alive again for a moment. I clung to it. "Tough one, was it?" "It was," I nodded. Though my thoughts turned inwards, my mind too busy to focus, I lost myself in the bronze and those goggle eyes. Several hours earlier. The rain came like a pirate invasion. It crept into Araxes from the sea and stormed the city street by street, darkening the sand and adobe walls with spots and streaks. I thought I imagined it at first, as the first drops hit Pointy's blade with musical chimes. But what started as tentative drizzle became fat, heavy dribbles, born of desert dust meeting cold ocean air. I'd wondered why the night held no stars for me. No moon. Now I knew. The city streets between me and the core districts were quiet and empty, save for a few drunkards and shades still running errands. Arctians, even the dead ones, are no fans of rain. They scarpered as the downpour descended, leaving me alone with the sizzling lanterns and dying torches. The golden streetlight faded, leaving my glow to light my way. Raindrops flashed blue around me, seeming unearthly. The sand was bleached to grey as the rain drummed it into mud. My stolen rags became sodden and unbearably heavy, slipping from my frame unless I concentrated. With Pointy hanging at my hip from a scrap of twine, I raised my hands and face to the dark sky, trying to drown myself in the soaring roar of rainfall. I felt the fat drops fall through me, warm to my cold. Here and there, one would treat me with kindness, catching and rolling down my vapours for a moment. One hovered on my lip, but as I opened my mouth, it was lost to the ground. For somebody who had always found peace and quiet in the patter and kiss of rain, warm or cold, this was a tragic disappointment. I savoured what little I could before I trudged on, moodier than I had been before. There was no bird, no carriage, no wagon, just my legs, and tonight they were feeling more jellied than usual after the haunting. "We'll be lucky if we reach the widow by next nightfall," I muttered to Pointy. "This city is far too big for its own damn good." The sword's tone was wistful. "I don't mind. This is the furthest I've been out of the core districts in decades." I hauled him from the makeshift belt and stared at the face on the pommel stone. Pointy's eyes were closed to the rain. I watched the drops bounce from the metal. "You sound like you're enjoying this," I accused him. "It almost tastes like freedom. Almost." I had to agree. I had escaped after all. I was lost to Temsa, vanished in the honeycomb of Araxes streets, and was headed to Horix to claim my coin at last. And yet even with all my good fortune, I still felt emptier than even a ghost should feel. I threw a look over my shoulder, finding the streets behind me just as empty. I'd run for hours, and still there was no sign of pursuit. "Do you have a half-coin? I've never thought to ask," I said to Pointy, trying to distract myself. When I turned to look at the sword, the eyes were open and staring at me. "My builder's made it so that every soul blade is its own half-coin," he said. "How many of you are there?" Pointy whistled, though gods knew how. "No way to tell now. Dead binding was quite the craze, and it carried on for years after I was bound. Many soul blades were destroyed or broken once the practice was banned. I was part of 5 made as a set for a Skull Duke. Our names were Ortan, Laralai, Renesta, and Periseph. And all of them were mute except me. Absia. That was my name. I was a mistake, really, which is perhaps why I survived the cull. Why I was passed from master to master over decades. Whoever keeps hold of a soul blade owns it, you see. In all my years, I've never figured out whether that's a blessing or a weakness." That seemed easy to me. Blessing, I'd say. At least you can't lose yourself. I would say I've already lost most of me, wouldn't you agree? You forget, Caltro, that some dead lose more than others. You're lucky only your neck is slashed and that you only got a few holes in your belly. I thought of the ghost in Horrocks' tower, Con, and his zigzag body, crippled even in death. There it was again, that guilty comfort in knowing your own situation could be worse. Look at me, Caltro. I feel like fair Feorina, trapped in her eternal chrysalis, aching to escape the foul clutches of Gar-Rel. Pointy. The sword huffed. Don't you realize that after centuries like this, I would give anything to be other than what I am? His was a simple question, but it echoed my own pain and shamed it all at once. No and yes. I pursed my lips. I do now. I guess I was distracted with my own, you know. I swore I saw the pommel blink. If that's what they call an apology in crass, I'll accept it. Pointy had wormed it out of me, but I let him have it and said no more. The sword did have it worse than me, as did many others. I saw one such creature at that very moment as I glanced idly down a side alley. The ghost was busy trying and failing to haul a body through the mud. It wasn't in my nature to gawk, but there was something sorry about this scene that made me pause and stare. The ghost must have been fresh. For one, he was stark naked. Secondly, his grip didn't look strong enough. Only by wrapping his arms around a leg could he gain any sort of traction. The mud tripped him instantly. Again and again the sorry dance was repeated. An old saying floated through my head, half remembered. Something about the connection between repetition, failure, and madness. I could have scorned the ghost and walked away, but I understood what a half-life was. It was not life after death, but perpetual death after death. That breeds a special kind of desperation. "What are you doing, Caltro?" whispered Pointy. I took a few steps forward, noting the vicious wound on the back of the ghost's head. I looked down at the body and found the same wound, drawn in black blood and white skull. Something grey and fleshy lay within. With a polite cough, I announced my presence. The ghost immediately fell over the body, snarling and thrashing at the air between us. He was an Arctian man. His slurred accent was noble, judging by the silver-trimmed clothes on the corpse. So was the man. "You stay away, shade!" he cried, ignorant to the irony. I held up my empty hands, only to realize one still had a sword in it. I flashed a smile and quickly sheathed it. "I don't have a white feather on my chest, see? I'm bound and have no interest in you. Or you." I gestured to the corpse. The man futilely tried to spit at me. "Get the fuck away!" Pointy had some wisdom for me. "He's got bats in his head, as the great Bastiga would say." I began to tread backwards. I was only trying to help. "Go away!" The ghost went rigid, as if he'd been stung by something poisonous. Pointy was swiftly in my hand again. The ghost retched, his mists convulsing, twisting about him. With a crackle of white sparks, a flash of green polluted his cobalt glow. Like ink blooming in water, the putrid green quickly consumed his legs, then his torso, and finally his head. Within moments he had gone from a bright sapphire to a duller emerald. When the ghost found his muscles again and began to rear up, his face had lengthened, his nose was a tall column, and dark swirls underlined his eyes. They were piercing lights, and already they were fixed on me. Oh, not now. Not fucking now, I muttered. I didn't need another visit from the dead gods. I'd already made up my mind. What is it with you and dead things rising around you? I waved Pointy at the ghost, wondering why I couldn't be left alone and unbothered for more than a few hours in this city. Caltro, he wheezed in a voice that sounded like an echo from 100 miles away. It was almost lost in the drone of rain. That's me, and who might you be? I challenged him. The ghost stretched tall, and I saw he'd found an extra few feet in height. His sickly glow bathed me, and although it was faint, it somehow drowned mine out, like cupping a hand around a candle. If I stared hard enough, I caught his vapours drawing the edges of a breastplate, gauntlets and greaves. On his head there was a shadow of a tall crown. You have called me Wyrm for millennia. You may use that name. What in the blasted fucking reaches is going on? Pointy blurted, forgetting to whisper in my head. Did you say Wyrm, as in the dead god Wyrm? I knuckled my brow. I apparently have a habit of attracting deities. This isn't the first time one has paid me a visit. Pointy was speechless. I looked to the pommel stone, half expecting to catch his mouth flapping. The ghost was also looking down at the sword. A soul blade, you call it? Such waste, so crude, he intoned. For an inanimate object, Pointy sounded rather out of breath. See, Caltro, he understands me. To the ghost he said, You should know that I would be bowing, my lord, if I could. I'm honoured by your presence, however strange and unexpected. Wyrm inclined his head, and then looked questioningly to me. I bit my lip and begrudgingly bent a knee. It was shallow, swift, and about all I owed to a foreign dead god. I thought there wasn't enough power left to come visit me again. Or did you gods lie about that too? I asked bluntly. Caltro, have some respect, Pointy hissed. Wyrm looked to the centre of the city where the lights became a wash of orange behind the curtains of rain. Our great enemy became too curious. He took a chance that set him back, and it shared some of his power with us. I hope we're not wasting it once again. Come. Before leaving, he knelt to touch the corpse. Where his ghostly fingers met the robes, black liquid bubbled. The body deliquesced before my eyes, collapsing into the sand. Wyrm arose with a shiver, breathing long and slow, leaving me to stare with raised eyebrows at a simmering puddle of ink-stained robes. I began. The god crooked a finger at me. Come. Do as he says, Caltro, for God's... just follow him. You stay out of this, Pointy. You don't know what I know. I snarled at the sword before stuffing him into my belt. It was my own fault, but the blade nicked my calf and twisted my lips at the flash of pain. I could feel the cold creeping up my leg. I jogged awkwardly to catch Wyrm's longer strides. Walking side by side, we bathed the mud and rain-slick walls with our green-blue glow. The god wasted no time in speaking. You still dawdle while our enemy grows ever stronger. Perhaps it was Wyrm's calm, his expressionless face, or the ancientness pouring from him, but I felt like a student to a master again, one that I hadn't asked for. I'm not dawdling. I've had my own problems to deal with, thank you. It's not easy being dead, you know. Besides, I've found the cult, and I've spoken to them. Well, they spoke to me. They know what I can do, the so-called gift you gave me. The dead god growled, and for a moment I thought it was the sound of clouds grinding together. "And now, what is in your mind?" I crossed my arms. "I want my half-coin back. That's all that matters to me. Not your flood, not Thames's greed, not the cult's games, not Horrocks' writ of freedom, nor any other empty promise I've heard since being dead. My freedom is what matters, and I trust nobody but myself to claim it. Doubt and desperation made me forget that, but I know my worth now, my power, and with it I will win Araxes' game." The god sighed. "How selfish." "It's what I'm owed," I snapped. Wyrm paused mid-stride, casting a withering look down on me. I wondered if all the gods had worn the same look, just hidden behind broken faces. "You toy with the fate of countless millions, Caltro. Just as you toy with countless more. That's right, Hathor told me what we are to you. Caltro." I snarled at the whisper in my head. He knew nothing. "We're nothing but sustenance to the gods, Pointy. Fuel. Slaves, just as we are here. They just want my help to survive, but they've given me no reason to help besides riddles and threats. Even the cult were kind enough to promise me freedom." Wyrm towered over me, stepping close and looming like a cliff face. I seemed as though the weight of a building pressed down upon me. My vapours flapped as if a great wind sought to drag me away. Instead of a ghost before me, I saw a figure burning white with a mitre of fire upon his head. It lasted only a moment before he withered to my own height. His glow faded, growing sicklier. When he spoke, it was in the voice of an old man, tired of life and struggle. It was faint, and I had to strain to hear him over the rain. "If you truly require an explanation, you shall have one. You were our ancestors' greatest creation. Despite your follies, we gave you sanctuary and haven amongst the stars, away from the trials this world has known for thousands upon thousands of years. We gave you life beyond death. Duat. Paradise, as you called it once, and a paradise it still is. All we asked was a copper coin for the boatman, to cross the river you know as the Nyx into Duat." I kept my mouth shut, even though my questions and quips clamoured to be free. "We may be gods, but we are not immortal. We are born, we die. Generations of us have watched over the passage of the living and the dead. And yes, Caltro, for every soul that passes our gates, our forms are sustained. You say it as though you are farm beasts, meat. That is not so. It is kinship, trade." Wyrm was talking faster now, his words coming like a waterfall. I struggled to understand them. The spell must have been fading and fast like his glow. "You call us dead gods, and although that is not true, it shall be soon. Sesh killed the boatman and closed the gates to Duat. Souls have waited 1,000 years at those gates. Where the Nyx once flowed, it trickles, it is blocked, and the pressure grows. The world behind this one shakes in ways you cannot understand. Sesh's bonds fray. The god of death has no love for life. He sees it as a plague. Given a chance, he will rid the world of it. Do you wish for that to happen, Caltro?" Wyrm staggered then, putting a hand to a wall and almost passing straight through it. I instinctively moved to catch him, and as my vapours brushed his, I saw that vast cavern stretched before me again. I felt the cold water seeping between my feet. I heard laughter echoing in the endless darkness. "The wolf at the zoo," I whispered, remembering the same darkness in its eyes. "He made a mistake, wanted to see you for himself, see who we'd chosen. Now the cult know of you, time is shorter." "But why did you choose me?" It wasn't the most pertinent question. Hathor had already given me her verdict, and it hadn't been a kind one. Perhaps I shallowly sought for more recognition. Another reason besides randomness. The ghost collapsed to his knees, splashing murky water. He looked up at me and I saw a broken man poking through his regal emerald features. You crave freedom and justice more than most, as do we. There will be none if Sesh is not stopped. You can run, fly, even, flee as fast as you can. His flood will find you too. He choked on something before pressing his hands together, palms flat. It is not in the nature of gods to beg. Those were his last words. I let him fall to the mud, knowing there was little I could do for him. Caltro! Pointy called to me, but I was still lost in that great cavern, my gaze roaming over the countless millions of dead, waiting, pointless. Oshirim's last words cut into me like a blade. Save yourself, if that is all you care about. Perhaps Hathor was right. In doing so, you might just save this world. The gods, the dead. That is our only hope. This is the last you shall hear from us. No sooner had he finished speaking did his form lose its hold. He evaporated into the rain-soaked air, formless as the wafting smoke of a dead candle. Gone, his stolen ghost with him. I rose from the mud without a word. Pointy was wise enough to hold his tongue, though no doubt he had plenty to say. Plenty of his own so-called wisdom to lacquer Oshirim's challenge with. With a soft squelching, I resumed my march for the city. I knew one thing for certain after this visit from the god of gods. I needed a beer. I watched the bubbles popping in the foam, melting like the dead body had. The shade cleared her throat and I realized her question was still waiting for an answer. Life or death all over again, I said. She looked at me skewed. Try as she might, she couldn't rid her face of contempt. You don't know what you're talking about. With a snort, she left me with my beer and stalked back down the bar. What a charmer you are. Shut up, I said. The barkeep heard me, and before I could explain dumbly that I was talking to my sword, she narrowed her eyes over her shoulder and pointedly told me to go fuck myself. Guessing 2 beers was probably my limit, I took a moment to swirl the last of my brew down rather unsatisfactorily. I left the tankard on the bar with a loud clank and made for the door. I almost forgot the skin wrapped around me and stumbled against a table on my way out, much to the grumbling of a hooded and sour-looking man. He flashed me a dangerous look and I swiftly exited. The rain hadn't slowed its onslaught, instead carrying on through the day and into the afternoon. I raised my face to the broody sky as I emerged into the largely empty street. Most citizens had been driven indoors. Only ghosts and drunks were left to walk through the downpour. In my borrowed body, I could feel every pit and patter. To this warm skin the drops were cold, smelling of salt and desert dust, a homely scent. Steam hovered faintly over the warm ground and churned mud. I drank it all in as deeply as I could before the sword cut through it all. Well, he asked. Decided what you're going to do yet? Stop hounding me, you're no better than a god. You must be the only soul in the Ark, maybe the Reaches, who would resent being the chosen hero of the gods. I'm no hero, I grumbled. One of them said exactly that. I just died at the right time. He said it was your stubbornness they needed. That I can believe. You say they've been visiting you ever since you died, correct? I'm sure they didn't choose the second-best locksmith in the Reaches by mere coincidence. My answer was a mutter. The best locksmith, I told him. At the very least, I'm the best dead locksmith in this shit-smeared world. I held my tongue as I walked past a squad of ghosts in red cloth and black mail. They were carrying short swords and round shields, and for a moment they seemed like any other higher swords patrolling the streets. It was then that I recognized their colours. I stared, brow furrowed, as they jogged around a corner. Leaving Finnell's zoo, I had been so set on my path. One visit from a god and I was already questioning myself, entangling my fingers in my soaking locks. I tugged at my hair as if I could pull the answers from the garble of conflicting opinions and ideas, all clamouring for attention. My mind had been noisy in life. In death, the voices seemed to have developed a passion for volume. My strangled grunt made a passer-by flinch away, but I didn't care. I took the nearest alley and curved back in the direction of the city core. I was on its edge now, close. The enlightened sisters had shown me the error of my insular ways, and so I decided to do something I had avoided, like the plague in life. Ask for advice. What would you do, Pointy, if you were me? I asked, feeling cowardly, seeking the answer in somebody else. Who would you trust? Me? Truly? You. The sword took a moment to think. None of them. I would run if only to test my legs. He sighed. And yes, I would probably drink a beer. I threw up my hands about to curse his hypocrisy, but he wasn't finished. But I would feel wrong, he added, though I can hardly believe it. That was clearly one of the dead gods. Wyrm, no less, and to have him practically beg you. That made me raise my chin. Caltro, if their words are true, what would be the point in trusting any of the others? Just for a few more days of so-called freedom. I would do as they ask. I can't believe you've ignored them this long. I bet I could make those days count, I said, but I knew it was a lie even as the words were falling out of my mouth. You kid yourself. I do. I always have. I took a moment against a wooden beam, opening my mouth to taste the runoff from a crimson awning. It tasted sweet to me, earthy. Staring at the soaking cotton, I sighed. Sesh himself, this so-called Dark Lord of Dark Lords, had come to look at me. Wyrm had said Sesh had made a mistake in doing so, and perhaps he had. I'd seen the evil in those eyes, the hunger, the animal rage. There'd been nothing like that in the eyes of Basht or Hathor. Perhaps this threat of a flood is real, I admitted. Do you want to wait to find out? I took another gulp and spat into the street. I was determined to fit in as many old and trivial habits as possible before I lost this body. Tiredness was already seeping into me. Why's there always got to be some great evil, That shit should be kept in fairy tales and bedtime fancies. Why can't people just be happy being fed and alive and fucking their days away? Why is it not enough? Why do people like Temza and Horrocks and the cult need more? Why does some dark lord always want to come and destroy life? Where do you think those stories come from, Caltro? All the way through history this has happened, again and again, peace and war back and forth. In fact, Bamir Timzul, the great 2nd century playwright who... Pointy, I warned him again in as low a voice as I could manage. Fine. Timzul said we can't help it. Humans, that is. We're all bound to compete with each other so long as the concepts of more and less exist. Doomed to measure ourselves against one another. Food, silver, half-coins. Wherever there is something we don't have, we want it, and we'll do a great many things to get it. Better, more. Comparison is our great downfall, the mother of both envy and pride. Perhaps it's the same for the gods. I'd been doing that all my years. Only I'd compared myself against what I thought I should be. Richer, thinner, freer, better. I realized then the amount of angst that practice had brought me, and it had caused me to run for my entire life. I ran from my parents and their simple calling. I ran across half the reaches to stay alive. I even ran to Araxes to escape penury in Tamar. I ran from that ship and had not stopped running since, even though I died in the process. I'd only wanted my half-coin so I could keep running. And why? My thirst for better and more. I dwelled on that for a time, listening to the unique music of the rain. Ever-changing. Its instruments were the puddles, the awnings, the clay chimney pots. I could lose myself in such moments, but this was not a time for retreat and insulation, which was what I normally would have chosen. This was a time for action, for change. Fuck it all, I laughed as I spoke. I swore I'd get my freedom, and that's what I intend to do. If it means I have to save the rest of the world to do it, so be it. The gods can just count themselves lucky. With a flourish, I drew Pointy and raised him to the downpour before slamming him into the ground. I shrugged off my robes, and after a stumble, I was running headlong at the nearest wall, the bluff of some mighty tower above us. Angling down, I began to pry myself from the man's mind, muscle and skin. With a wrench, I was free, skidding through the mud on my heels. The man careened forwards, arms at his side, angled at the wall like a billy goat. There came a thud, and the man went limp at the base of the wall, splayed and naked. I had the decency to drag him into an alley and cover him with discarded sackcloth. It may have been wrong to start a virtuous path by robbing a man and leaving him to the rain, but I guessed he would have thanked me if he knew what I'd decided. Nobody liked a cataclysm. If they did, then they were an idiot, and probably deserved to perish anyway. Tugging Pointy from the mud, I thrust him into my new robes, and strode into the rain with the most purpose that I'd had since dying.
Chapter 4. A Widow's Whims. Ironjaw, they called him, a warlord of few words and untold bloodshed. Betrayed by his fellow lords of Bellish and left for dead, Ironjaw returned to the city with nothing but his armour and his sword. For weeks he waged war on the Bellish lords, drawing out and defeating every hero they chose, or scaling the walls at night to murder them one by one in their beds. So terrified of Ironjaw were the remaining lords that they raised a mighty army to stand against him. And so they did. On the first day of a new year, Ironjaw with nothing but his armour and a sword. They say that when he finally died, every last lord lay butchered at his feet, and his ghost arose from his body to continue fighting. Old Southern Fable. Widow Horrocks was bored. She jousted with a cold slip of camel meat, pushing it around the gold circle of her plate with her knife. She barged aside a radish, sending it bouncing across the onyx tabletop. All was silent except for the hissing of rain beyond the balcony, and the hum of a pair of hummingbirds dancing around a potted palm. Horrocks's chamber shades hovered nearby at the edges of the dining hall, as silent as the dead should be. Days had passed since Melba Crail had reported, and far too many for Horrocks's patience. She had spent enough time counting the half-coins in her vaults, or watching the army in the basements hammering and sawing. She had barely eaten. Her nights had been more restless than usual, and all the while, no locksmith. Horrocks hooked her fingers under the lip of the plate and hurled it against the nearest wall. The gold-painted porcelain shattered. Radishes and meat scraps flew in all directions. Both the hummingbirds and the chamber shades made a swift exit, all save one half-life, who crawled around trying to gather scattered vegetables. "Out!" the widow shrieked. When she was alone, she slammed the butt of her knife against the onyx and fixed her eyes on the doorway at the end of the hall. Once more she struck the black stone, making the steel knife ring. The fist that held it trembled with frustration. Horrocks was raising her hand for another blow when the thudding of monstrous boots announced Khalid's arrival at the door. "Enter, Colonel," Horrocks barked before his knuckles touched the wood. "Intuitive as always, mistress," Khalid said, voice hoarse and deep from dust. He closed the door and strode along the impressive stretch of the onyx dining table. "What news from the basement?" Horrocks asked. "Is our new master builder Poldrew on schedule?" "Yamek assures me he is, perhaps even ahead of schedule." Her trust in anything Yamek said had died several weeks ago. Horrocks looked up at her colonel as he came to attention. His forehead was furrowed in a frown. Puffy bags sat under his eyes, as black as his unkempt beard. "You look tired, Khalid." "Apologies, mistress. I've been up all night looking into this ruckus that happened over in Mencare district." Widow Horrocks placed her knife flat and reclined against the arch of her chair. "And?"
Khalid reported as though she were a general. It was possible to take a man out of the military, but the military never left the man, staining him a soldier for the rest of time. I took 10 of my men, and we found nothing but a battlefield. A bloody mess. Seems Sarek Fennell was fond of keeping beasts, and they were let loose during the fighting. Someone told us the brawl was still raging between survivors in the nearby streets, but we found nothing of it except a few bodies already being hauled away by beggars to be bound. I'm sorry to say the cult were there also, clearing up the mess and taking care of the wounded. They were wearing armour, but Chamber of Code scrutinizers and proctors stood right by them and didn't bat an eyelid. Some even helped them.
This scene has gone too far. Where's Sarek Fennell?
He's missing, presumed dead.
Naturally. And who attacked him? Was it Temsa?
Khalid bowed his head, as if he was personally responsible for the bad news. As per usual, nobody knows. Not a survivor amongst Fennell's guards was worth talking to. The attackers wore no seals at all, and only simple black armour. Sellswords and mercenaries by the looks of them.
Araxes' long, ruby-painted fingernails drummed on the stone. The man is impetuous, and he grows far too bold. No doubt he has his eye set on me, she said. Any news from that half-life Krail, or Caltro?
Khalid's head stayed bowed. None, mistress. The knife joined the shattered porcelain as Horrocks flung it angrily.
I grow tired of waiting for that spook, she snarled. Time is running out.
It was then that she caught herself, fist raised and teeth bared. Her game was not one of emotion, but of cold, calculating precision. She took a deep breath, placed her palms flat on the onyx, and rose from the chair. The doorway to the balcony had been left open. White cotton curtains were draped across it. They were still and unmoving in the absence of wind, looking like veils of frost on a window pane. Horrocks batted them aside, shattering the illusion, and strode onto the rain-spattered balcony. She stopped a few inches from where the rain fell. There she could avoid the wet and stare into the soaking streets, watching tiny figures hurry through the downpour. It had lessened throughout the morning, but it was still far wetter than an Arctian was used to. Already she could see the lighter cracks in the low clouds where the sun was trying to burn through. The wet clay smell of rain churning the streets filled her nostrils. Horrocks looked to the cloud piercer, pale against the dark skies. Its upper third was lost to the cloud, and she found herself narrowing her eyes at where its lofty peak would have been. The widow had plenty of practice. Many hours she had spent gazing up at the cloud court in the Emperor's sanctuary, grinding her teeth.
Colonel!
Khalid was at her side in moments.
Gather your men. I believe it's market day. Isn't that right?
Every day is market day, mistress. Horrocks sucked a morsel of camel meat from between her teeth, plucked it free, and flicked it over the balcony's edge.
Precisely, she said.
The downpour had calmed to a drizzle, a light, musical pattering on helmets, pauldrons, and umbrellas. The calming of the foul weather had stirred some more life back into the streets of Araxes. Half-lives were out in their droves once more, smocks of all colours spattered with fresh mud. There seemed a hurry in their step, as if there was lost time to be made up for. They hauled sacks and bundles, carted scrolls by the dozen under their arms, or jogged between what few stalls and shops had stayed open on that rainy day. A few minor nobles clung to the drier edges of the streets, huddled with their guards or acquaintances. They stared out from under awnings and pulled faces at the granite sky. Beetles and spiders strode through the mucky streets with ease, their riders sitting high in saddles and dry under wide pyramidal umbrellas of cotton or woven and waxed palm fronds. Brawny centipedes carrying packs and barrels gleefully churned up the mud, naturally fond of the wet. Their human drivers were far from charmed by the antics of the insects. Their voices were dulled by the rainfall and sloshing of feet through mud, but Horrocks could hear their cursing and the cracking of whips. The more Horrocks's gaze roamed the streets and avenues, the more she sensed the dangerous edge to the city's mood. A threatening atmosphere was commonplace, as ever-present in Araxes as the droves of dead, the smoke from the dockland chimneys or the dust from the dune plains. Today it had been honed to a razor. She saw it in the gangs of houseguards standing in every doorway, the empty high roads, and the extra boards nailed across every window. Beneath her umbrella of gold filigree and black satin, Widow Horrocks marched through the mud with haste and without care. The widow held a faint fondness for the rain. It reminded her of time spent in the far, far north, where no buildings scraped the sky, where the dead stayed in the nicks, and where the deserts were of ice, not sand. Her travels there had been brief, but she had found a kindred spirit in the harsh mercilessness of the northern wastes. Where the desert sun was brash and forceful, cold seeped, cold crept. It wasn't like Horrocks to reminisce, but her only pastime in the last few days had been waiting, and that tended to turn a mind backwards to days gone by. Behind her, 2 chamber shades scrabbled to keep up with Horrocks while holding her black frills aloft. Around them, Khalid and 20 of his men formed a diamond of gold armour, shields, and short spears. The colonel marched at its head, using his sword to move aside any dawdling half-lives or living. The few nobles that crossed their path gave them a wide berth, using the whole stretch of the wide streets in their efforts to stay safe and separate. Suspicion was rifer than ever with all the gossip surrounding Sarek Fennell. The houseguards would glare at each other, spears would waggle, but that was all. Horrocks almost wished for some action, even if only to alleviate her boredom. The Soul Market Plaza looked like a dinner plate hastily scraped of its contents. It was so empty, Horrocks initially thought the market was closed for the day. But the gold rope ringing the platform at the centre signified otherwise. The sandy stone around it was awash with ochre mud. The edges of the plaza glowed blue where groups of shades stood about in shackles. Several sorry-looking soul traders huddled under covered wagons. Their wares were scant today. Normally, there were 2 or 3 times the number of shades. None of the merchants had opened their stalls, bar one, a grumpy-looking tea vendor in a driftwood chair. Horrocks was curious whether it was the rain or the Nix water shortage that had resulted in such a poor offering. A handful of buyers and nobles stood about, each an isolated island with a reef of guards. They all seemed to be waiting on a man who had clearly made an error in choosing a cream cotton suit for his day's wear. Not only was it bespattered with mud, but it clashed with his thinning lemon-yellow hair, which had been plastered across his brown scalp like too little butter over too much toast. He was busy pacing back and forth between the traders, arguing in hushed tones about something that was apparently highly inconvenient to him and his business. Upon seeing Horrocks and her entourage emerge onto the plaza and join his threadbare crowd, the official tugged at his wet locks in frustration. "Fine!" Horrocks heard him say, spraying rainwater as he spoke. He gestured to the soul traders, and with a complete lack of alacrity, they handed him their scrolls and began to stir their shades into action with copper rods and switches. The official stamped up the stairs to his wooden platform, shooing away a flock of scabious pigeons. As the nobles began to gather before the stage, Horrocks's guards formed 2 concentric rings about her. Khalid stood close, sword tip resting in the mud. Over the shields of his men, He eyed the other nobles and the seals on their houseguards' shields. "Dire pickings, mistress," he growled.
"That may be, but I care little, Colonel. Time is wasting. We need workers."
The guards parted, so Horrocks could watch the first batch of shades take to the platform. They were indeed a sorry-looking lot. They were the quality of shade one might find in a desert mine, or the dockyards, or a sprawl beetle farm. Out of the 10 now slouched or shivering on the platform, one was missing an arm from the shoulder, another's face had been partially ripped off, leaving nothing but skull beneath, and another still had taken a knee to avoid trying to stand on a smashed foot.
"A fine morning to you all, and to you all a fine morning," began the balding official, raising his fistfuls of scrolls to the dark skies in welcome. He was trying to keep a warm smile on his face. It was already cracking at the edges, like old papyrus. Not a word came from the gathered nobles and buyers, maybe half a dozen at the most. One young man with an umbrella of peacock feathers left almost immediately, his guards sloshing around him. Undeterred, at least outwardly, the official bowed low and gestured to the half-lives on the stage. The soul trader standing behind his wares, a pale northerner, looked interminably bored. With an officious clearing of his throat, the official started the proceedings. "Might I present Boss Ubecht's lot, 10 souls, mostly fresh shades." He paused briefly to glance at Boss Ubecht. "Good condition and genuine kills as per the code. 2 skilled workers, others good for garden or warehouse labour." "Lies!" proclaimed one buyer, barely waiting for the official's words to leave his mouth. He wore a wide-brimmed hat to keep the rain away. "These are scrapings!" Undeterred, the official forced his smile wider. "We will start with 20 silvers." Ubecht stamped his boot. 30 silvers, the official corrected himself. 30 silvers for the first shade. Answers to the name Gina, a young chamber shade. 10 years of experience. Again, the buyer scoffed. "Outrageous! Now, Master Fiend, due to the current shortage of Nyx water, we unfortunately have had to, The buyer was undeterred by the man's stammering. "I wouldn't give you 10 silvers for one of these damaged souls, never mind 30. "Fuck off," Ubecht growled. "What do you expect? You're lucky I ain't charging 40. The official attempted a casual laugh. "So then, do I have 30? He looked to the remaining buyers with desperate hope glowing in his eyes, as if he were a condemned man about to be hanged and longed for mercy. The official's determined smile was on the verge of collapse when Horrocks spoke up. 150 for the whole lot, she called, drawing a glance from Khalid. Despite the muttering and sniggers from the tiny crowd, Ubecht shrugged, threw a leather pouch to the official, and clomped down the platform stairs. "Sold to Widow Horrocks!" Beneath her cowl, Horrocks met the stares of the other buyers. Some were perplexed, she could see that, while others clearly considered her an old fool of a woman buying worthless half-lives. The next batch of shades came lumbering through the mud and up the steps of the stage, poked and prodded by men in blue masks and a seal Horrocks could not have cared less for. They were a finer group, but only slightly. A few clean kills, others butchered in restrained ways. Horrocks saw a few of the other buyers cupping hands around their mouths, whispering to confidants. A young girl in a waterfall of blue silks, barely out of childhood, swaggered across the platform, tapping a copper cane in an annoying rhythm. Glyphs adorned her face like rampant freckles. Our next lot comes from Boss Helios, comprised of 26 souls. 500! The official's mouth gaped like a cod out of water. Pardon? Tell Horrocks?
500, said the widow, for all of them. Boss Helios banged her cane against the wood with a resounding thud. Fine with me, she cheered, striding promptly from the stage. The stairs had become scowls. Horrocks felt Khalid bend down closer to her. The basements are crowded as they are, miss. I told you I am done being patient, Colonel, Horrocks replied, waggling a finger. Poldrew will find a use for them. The official slicked his hair over his scalp and blew rain as he checked the next listing on his scroll. 15 shades bound in copper shackles lined up awkwardly. These were an ugly-looking bunch, also missing eyes, noses, and other important pieces. They looked like old stock from the fight pits. A hunched old man, his silver hair in braids, stood guard, along with a series of identical blonde men, the only difference between them their age. Bus, Rapine and Sons present their next 200, Horrocks yelled. The other buyers threw up their hands in displeasure. How dare you be so greedy, Tal? One of them shouted, some puffed-up man with a wig of arrow-straight black hair. Leave some for us, called another. They both received the full force of Horrocks's withering gaze. 400, croaked old boss Rapine. Horrocks shook her head. 250. Mistress, the coffers. Horrocks turned on Khalid, lips puckered disapprovingly. And what will they matter when I get my vengeance? Do not get skittish now, Colonel, not when we are so close, she hissed. Rapine gave his final offer. 300 even. Horrocks nodded. The official paused for a moment while he thought, dripping with rainwater. Sold? Rapine and his sons were already herding their shades back to the mud. The official checked his scroll and grimaced. He looked behind him to make sure, and when he turned around, he wore a practised smile, one as hollow as a dead tree. And I believe we have come to the end of our lots for now. Please do return tomorrow. And with that, the man shuffled away with much speed, seeking refuge in the crowd of traders and glowing shades. This is outrageous, yelled the Whig. I came from 2 districts over to find soul traders with Nix water. I advise you to keep searching then, Horrocks called out. She could see the man desperately trying to place her seal of hanging corpses and where she ranked in society. Horrocks imagined the amount of silver she'd just spent would give him a clue, but the guessing clearly infuriated him. She didn't see him stamp his foot, but she heard it, and his smattering of houseguards came sloppily to attention. Between the grills on their gold helms, Horrocks could see they were befuddled as to why their tour was taking on this woman's glittering phalanx of ex-soldiers. The Nix shortage was evidently causing more desperation than usual in Araxes. Khalid's men didn't even need an order. They collapsed their circle into a tight bunch, spear points pointing outwards like a sea urchin, its black centre the smug widow under her umbrella. You can't just buy them all, argued the Whig, clearly flustered. Can I not? Show to me in the code or soul market rules where it says I cannot, and I will happily rescind my offers. If not, I bid you a good day. The man spluttered, but produced no argument she had an interest in, and Horrocks left him standing there, strangling the empty air with his painted nails. After half an hour of scratching signatures, stamping seals on papyrus, and handing over bags of silver coins, a long train of shades was escorted from the market square by 6 of Khalid's soldiers. Horrocks remained behind, finding the cold, wet air too refreshing to retreat to her tower just yet. Watching her new wares disappear around a corner, she spun her umbrella, spraying drips in a spiral. Khalid stood behind her, and she gazed up at him from beneath her cowl. The wet had caused the plume on his helmet to droop. Rainwater gave his golden armour a beaded texture. His usual stoic face had harder edges, and his gaze was lost in the streets. She prodded his breastplate with a fingernail. "You doubt me, Colonel?" Khalid shook his head emphatically. "Never, mistress. Not in 20 years. I would not dare." "Then speak your mind. Something troubles you." "We have visitors, mistress," he replied, drawing his sword with a flash of silver and a scraping whine. Horrocks followed his gaze and observed 2 great armour-bound hulks sloshing through the mud towards them. Her teeth crunched as she tensed her jaw. Danib and Annie Jaxabel. A wall of shields was built in moments, making buyers and traders alike turn around to see what the commotion was. Spears were thrust out, their long steel points shedding raindrops. Khalid stood tall, holding his curved Arctian blade flat and in front of the widow as a barrier. "Easy now," he muttered to his men. Danib and Jaxabel's weapons remained at their sides or strapped across their shoulders. All they carried with them was a small mahogany box edged with brass. "That's close enough," warned Khalid, and the 2 brutes came to a halt a dozen paces away. "As you wish," sighed Jaxabel in a resigned tone. Her pale face was even more impassive than Khalid's. Her leather and mail armour was soaked through, and she looked as though she had been a victim of a speeding carriage and a muddy puddle. But Horrocks got the impression that wasn't the sole root of her mood. The shade behind her shoulder was impossible to read, given the ghastly steel helmet that covered his face. Blue vapours curled out of its gaps like hot breath. "My master Tor Temsa wishes to give you a gift," said Jaxabel. "I only want one thing from him," Horrocks snapped. Jaxabel extended the box anyway. One of Horrocks's guards stepped forwards, edging slowly through the muck until he grabbed the box. Danib twitched, and the man came scurrying back in haste. Horrocks could see Khalid tense as the shade chuckled. Behind the shield wall, the box was put in the mud and carefully opened with the point of a spear. The pink velvet innards of the box held nothing apart from some shards of copper. Horrocks looked closer and pieced them together enough to make out the glyph for Krail. Horrocks's head snapped up, eyes switching rapidly between Jaxabel and Danib. "Temsa's point?" "He wishes to let you know that he is willing to compensate you handsomely for Caltro Basalt's coin," Jaxabel said. Jaxabel made it look like saying those words was as arduous as pushing a horse upstairs. Horrocks was trembling with anger. Her hand wrapped around the hilt of the knife under her silks and squeezed it so hard she almost drew blood. The cheek of it! The audacity! She was so insulted, her lips stayed pursed, white as clay and speechless. Jaxabel continued. "He wants it, and will have it, whether it's the hard way or the easy way. His words." Without any ceremony or etiquette whatsoever, Jaxabel turned and left, her shoulder clanking against Danib's as she clomped away. The steel-clad brute did not move, instead fixing his white eyes on Colonel Khalid for a long and uncomfortable moment. Horrocks watched the 2 of them, shade and man, measure each other silently. The leather of Khalid's gauntlets squeaked as he tightened his grip around his sword handle. Just as the tension became unbearable, it was shattered. Not with the drawing of a sword and a thunderclap of steel as Horrocks had half expected, but with an unimpressed grunt. Danib swiveled on his heel and trailed after Jaxabel, his vapours leaving a sapphire trail behind him. Mud and sand sprayed from his heavy steps. Colonel Khalid only relaxed his stance when Danib had vanished from view, turning into the busier thoroughfare adjoining the market. "The time may come, Colonel, when you will have to fight that monster," Horrocks growled. Khalid's tone gave no emotion away. "Aye, mistress. I suspected it might." Horrocks kicked the wooden box shut. "Timsa becomes intolerable. Who does that soulstealer think he is?" "What will you do, mistress?" "Destroy him is what I will do, Colonel. He wishes to play games with me. I will—" "Tal!" came an irate shout from behind her. It was the Tor in the wig, striding towards her with a finger raised in the air and plenty of rehearsed words on his tongue. His houseguard struggled to keep up with his eager pace. A few of the other buyers huddled behind him. "I am not satisfied!" Horrocks' houseguards bristled, but she left them behind, walking out to meet the Tor with her umbrella in one hand, the other hand open and empty. "Mistress!" Khalid called after her. "I demand you sell me some of your shades," ordered the wig. There must have been 10 paces between them now. She closed them quickly. He had yet to realize his mistake, blinded by his indignity. All he saw was a rich but frail old woman. They always do. "It is outrageous for you to— I say, stop there!" In a blink, the blade lurched from her silk folds and plunged under the Tor's ribs. It was so fast, his houseguards didn't quite register it had happened. The widow withdrew the knife and stabbed again and again, driving the blade into his stomach repeatedly. The wig coughed blood, eyes watering with disbelief. It took a yell from one of the onlooking soul traders to make the houseguards and other buyers realise, and by this time Khalid and his guards had already formed up around their mistress and her victim. All present looked on aghast as Horrocks kept stabbing, working her way up to his throat. When the dagger became too slippery and escaped her fingers, she upended her umbrella and drove its point deep into the bloody mess of the man's stomach. She pressed down on it with all her weight, and the Tor's eyes bulged. He croaked and spluttered, but could not manage any words. "I told you to keep searching," breathed Horrocks, before the Tor fell limp. With a snarl, the widow stepped away, leaving her filigree and satin umbrella upright in the man's chest, wobbling slightly. Horrocks looked around at the onlookers, her wild eyes and a blood-flecked face challenging them to speak. None did. Not the market officials, not the soul traders, not the scattered buyers, not even the dead Tor's houseguards, who had abruptly found themselves rather unemployed. The only sound was the squelching of feet as normality resumed. Nobody looked down at the bleeding corpse in the mud. Waving to her houseguards, Horrocks strode purposefully towards the nearest avenue. Her guards clustered around her, leaving some of the more shameless houseguards to fight over their unbound master. Horrocks popped each of her bloody knuckles in slow succession. Khalid waited patiently while she wiped them dry with a silk kerchief. "I have one more job for you, Colonel, before you can rest," she said after some time. There was a metallic thud as his heels came together. "Whatever you command, mistress." She said nothing more until their journey took them past a rookery. It consisted of a spindly tower, an angular effigy of a tree made from the detritus of the street, broken crates, discarded scaffolding poles and twine, bundles and bundles of twine. A wizened, bespectacled man stood at its base behind a battered table, strings tied to his wrist. The strings led up the tree to the legs of a dozen rooks. A large tarpaulin had been spread over the makeshift branches. "Send in a scroll, Tal?" asked the man. "Indeed. Fetch me a papyrus and read." He did so, and while Horrocks scratched out a message on the wobbly, pock-marked table, he pulled down a rook from the tree with much flapping and squawking, rolling the string around his wrist like a winch. Horrocks pressed the papyrus into Khalid's hand. "Dispatch this scroll for me, Colonel. Then I want you to station yourself and your soldiers near Thames's new tower, Magistrate Gore's place. Keep watch there and wait, she ordered, speaking quietly over the raucous rook. The old man seemed too preoccupied to be eavesdropping. Khalid eyed the glyphs. "This is a bold play, mistress, if you don't mind me saying." Horrocks placed her hands on her hips. "And why not, Khalid? After the debacle at Fennell's, it is a fine time to meddle in Tor Thames's business. He has disposed of my spook, after all. If I am correct, he's already taken on a magistrate, now a Serach. He is overreaching, most likely hurting from such a messy soul steal. All the while he draws more attention to himself," she said. "As I still have time, I have decided to take new steps and skewer 2 birds with 1 bolt." Much to the squawking of the birds above, Horrocks jabbed a hand at the cloud piercer, just a dark column to the west. "I will do my civic duty, Colonel, and relay my concerns about a certain Tor Thamesa to our good Empress-in-waiting. As such, we will pry her out of that grand tower, bring her down into the streets, the gutters. Why not remove her now and save ourselves the inconvenience later?" Khalid's jaw bunched. His voice was low. "I hope you don't mind me being honest, mistress. I wouldn't be doing my duty if I wasn't. That sounds like a risky step. Why don't you let me gather my best soldiers and go solve this matter with Thamesa once and for all instead of playing such games with the royalty?" "I thought you would be pleased at the chance to whet your sword, Colonel, as you have been pining to for months. And you should know better when it comes to tactics. Divide and conquer. Isn't that correct? Your worry has got the better of you, Khalid. Your only duty is to get me my locksmith back. That is all." Her questioning look got a bow out of him, and he folded the papyrus in half. "Let Thamesa make the bloodbath for now, and let me play my games. Besides, you think you can take on that scatterwoman or Thamesa's huge shade and win. Let Cecine and Attain and the Royal Guard take care of them. You and your men are worth plenty of silver. Silver I do not want to waste." There was a pause, as she once again levelled a finger and prodded his breastplate. "You especially, Colonel. You have served me well. Now is not the time to break that habit." Khalid's throat bobbed as he swallowed his pride. "Yes, mistress. We will be ready and waiting." "You had better," she croaked. Before he turned away, she caught him with a crooked finger. "And Khalid?" "Yes, mistress." "Make sure the Empress-in-waiting stays breathing if you can. I would like a word with her." Chapter 5. A Day for Betrayal. "Watch he who is without shades throw the first stone." Old Arctian proverb. The late morning sunlight fell in streaks across Cecine's face, tanned red by the painted glass. It must have been a fitting hue. The storm may have passed, but its fury lived on in the Empress-in-waiting. "How dare he? Who in Araxes does that half-life think he is, offering me a proposal like some common trader?" Cecine stabbed a yellow plum with her dagger, driving the point to the marble of the bowl beneath. She stared again at the gold-rimmed papyrus note that lay on the table beside it. Attain had delivered it barely an hour ago. Already she had read its glyphs 50 times, and still the message refused to change. Boone had called a meeting of the Cloud Court without her approval. The message was a polite invite. The pure cheek of it. "Maybe he wants to discuss something," offered Attain, still unmoving from his spot by the door to her bedchamber. Irritatingly, his eyes were fixed on a point somewhere above her head. Like a truce. Boone had been a constant thorn in Cecine's side since Magistrate Gore had been killed. Not only had the cult put shades on the streets of the outer districts despite her, or the Emperor's decrees, but the Sarek challenged every word that came from her mouth. Boone was not a shade. He was a huge, pompous mosquito, constantly buzzing around her. Vexed, Cecine flung the plum at Attain's face. Ochre juice spattered his robes, though the fruit flew straight through him. It burst apart on the far wall, redecorating a mosaic. A truce! Boone would not have spent so long berating me only to fold like bed linens. No, more likely, he and his allies in the court are planning to overthrow me, to get to father. Did you think of that? Another plum lost its life, skewered by her silver blade. It has something to do with the fucking cult. I know it. My spies see more and more of them all the time. Cult priests preaching on street corners, and some swear they have seen cult soldiers. Rebene should be keeping them under control, not allowing them to spread like the crimson fungus they are. With all due respect, your wonderfulness, I think Rebene's got enough on his plate without chasing after the cult. I reckon he's one more murder away from slicing his own throat open. You wanted chaos. You seem to have it. She launched another plum at him. Do not tell me what I want, Cecine shrieked, breathing hard. If Rebene dares to take the coward's way out, I'll have him bound and put to work in a quarry. Let's see how the Chamberlain likes that. Time! Attain moved to an hourglass, marking the notches where the sand reached. Almost there, Princess. Cecine screeched, squashing another of the fruits in her bare hand. Its juice stained the papyrus an amber yellow. How dare he call the court together? This is my cloud piercer, my city. Nobody but my father holds more coins than I do. My father saw to it for this very purpose. The very cheek of it! Does he think me some lowly towel to be bartered with? It is my cloud court. I call the gatherings. I give the decrees. He does not dictate to me, Cecine hissed, her voice cold with venom. One last plum succumbed to her wrath before she rose from her chair and clicked her fingers. Robe! Attain disappeared into another chamber and came back with a purple satin robe trimmed with sable fur and gold tassels. Cecine wiped the plum juice from the dagger and thrust it into her belt, making sure it was front and centre for all to see. Sword, she ordered. You may need it. Attain vanished again, eagerly rubbing his hands. This time he returned wearing a fine suit of mail. His massive sword Periseph rested against his shoulder. Faint wisps of grey smoke emanated from its steel edge. Door! 50 royal guards waited in the polished hallway, all lined up like statues against the grand walls. As Attain and the Empress-in-waiting passed, they peeled away one by one and formed a double column that marched in perfect unison. Cecine held her tongue, building up all manner of menacing words behind it, ready to unleash them on Boone and the rest of the recalcitrant Sareks. Temza had been hard at work. So far, quite infuriatingly, he had ignored her list, but he was still inducing the same amount of panic she had hoped for. However, instead of gathering to support her, the Sareks had begun looking to other places for solutions. Boone's suggestion of assistance from the cult, for instance, or calls for her father's army to be called back from the Scatter Isles. After all Cecine had done to distance the Sareks from the nonsense of her father's babbling decrees, they still had no trust in her, no respect. It made her blood boil daily. Sleep evaded her. She had almost worn a rut in her chambers from incessant pacing. Makeup and swirling dye tattoos covered it, but she had worn her fingertips to calluses by wringing her hands. Where once confidence had clad her will in iron, doubt now rusted it. As the shade-drawn lift came to a halt, she realised she had spent the short journey cursing under her breath. "Did you say something, Majesty?" Etain whispered, leaning in. Cecine waved him aside irritably. "Nothing, Shade." When the great gold doors of the Cloud Court were pulled open, and she emerged under the wide arch, she was deeply surprised to see the gilded benches of the court empty. The sky was streaked with clouds, and the sunlight fell in ever-moving patches. They moved lazily across the marble like adventurous smears of mould. Silence hung in the room. Every footstep or clink of armour echoed brazenly. She stared at the empty throne, half caught in a sunbeam, one side turquoise, one side a deep ocean blue. "Boone!" Cecine screeched. "What is the meaning of this?" A young, finely dressed shade waited on the far side of the hall, peeking out from a door that led to feasting chambers. When he saw Cecine, he quickly disappeared behind the jamb. The sound of marching rang out as soldiers appeared in his place. They were shades, clad in silver armour polished to a mirror state. Their blue glow shone through at the joints and narrow face guards. The shades held no spears, but their hands were firmly clasped on their sword handles. Cecine could have spat when she saw Boone, draped in gold and silver finery. A necklace of carnelian glyphs hung around his neck. His dark, once charred face held a smile for her. He looked less like a Serek and more like a gaudy merchant in a bazaar. She longed to don a copper glove and smack that smile clean off. Her guards bristled as Boone's entourage met them at the centre of the hall. Spears and broad shields formed two opposing walls. A good distance was kept between them, as was customary for such meetings between rival Tors, Tals, or Sereks. It was simply not the kind of meeting she had been expecting. Cecine stepped forwards so she could look the blue bastard in the face, making sure she was the one to speak first. This was her Cloud Court. "You think too much of yourself, Serek Boone, to treat your Empress-in-waiting so disrespectfully as to summon her to a gathering and then leave her waiting. What, might I ask, have you done with my Cloud Court? Is this some guise to get an audience with me? One might assume foul intentions." She could feel her guards tensing around her. Boone shook his head sadly, as if he was the bearer of bad news. "I mean no disrespect, Your Majesty, and my intentions are pure. I am but a messenger. The Sereks would like me to inform you that they are unwilling to leave their towers for fear of their lives. The attack on Serek Fennel, one of our own, has sealed their doors. As such, they will not be gathering for court. Not today, nor any time soon." Cecine flashed a murderous glance at Etain. "What attack?" The Serek had the gall to look surprised. "Why, Majesty, I thought you were the beating heart of this city, aware of its every move. Is that not the case?" "Speak, half-life!" She saw the flicker of hatred in the corner of Boone's scabbed mouth. Such a term was reserved for the bound dead, not a free shade, and especially not a Serek. Boone paced along his wall of guards, speaking between the gaps in armour. "Serek Fennel's home was attacked last night in a brazen assault, the like of which this city has not seen for 5 centuries. The attack then spilled into the streets and raged for almost an hour before Fennel's guards and some intrepid, independent keepers of the peace turned the tide. Unfortunately, the chamber's proctors and scrutinizers arrived too late, as did your soldiers, the shades you so graciously donated. They were too thinly spread over the districts to be of any help. I'm afraid Sarek Fennell has been murdered and his body stolen. Your point, Boone? The city is in disarray, Majesty. There is bedlam in the streets. To add to the situation, your mother has still not returned, and your father still refuses to come out of his sanctuary. In their stead, you seem unable to protect us, and we have grown tired of living in fear. Cecine bubbled with anger, but she tried to keep it contained. We? Who is we? The Sareks and several influential nobles. And you, Sarek Boone, have decided this for the entire city, have you, when you have no right of coin to make such decisions? I wonder how much silver you spent poisoning so many minds against me. Boone spread his hands wide. She saw the tortured whirls of vapour there, where his palms had melted before he died. I have been nominated merely as a spokesperson. This is the Sarek's decision, and therefore the city's. As a result, we have decided to take matters into our own hands. Time is a river, Empress in waiting. We must move with it to avoid drowning. This is treason! Cecine yelled, her restraint dissolved by the shade's audacity. Utterly against the code! The word was like a command. Her guards snapped into an attack position, ready to spring forwards. Etain took his sword from his shoulder and spun it in his hand. His blue vapour began to wrap around its grip and crossguard. Boone's guards made no countermove. Instead, the Sarek raised hands, scarred palms flat and empty, as though Cecine had a trigger bow and copper bolts trained on him. Oh, how she wished she did. This is nothing so dire as treason, Majesty. A smug look came over his face. As you have been acting for the good of the Emperor, we believe we can too. You have no right. You do not outrank my father or me. Those who rule make the rules, as we always have. Boone winked. Perhaps individually we do not. Together, however, we just might. Did you ever think of that? Perhaps these are times for change. That is not how the code works! Cecine wrapped a hand around her dagger. Be that as it may, we have simply accepted an offer of assistance on your father's behalf. What offer of assistance? What have you done? Boone knitted his fingers together. Why, the offer from the Church of Sesh, of course. The cult, Cecine corrected him. Again, she saw that flicker of anger. You'll find that the church is not what it used to be, Majesty. They can patrol the streets alongside the chamber, and your soldier shades help to bring peace to our chaotic streets. They have the ability, the willingness, and the resources to help hunt down this wanton murderer. Cecine felt the cavernous chamber tilting on its side, felt her grip slipping. The doubt had grown into something with teeth and claws and was now sizing her up for a meal. I do not accept, she bellowed. It is not for you to worry yourself with, Majesty. As I said, the offer has already been accepted on the Emperor's behalf, said the Shade. I will have you all stoned for treason. You will find scrutinizers at your doors by sundown. Cecine had half a mind to order Boone arrested that very moment. I think not. The Sarek's smile was sickly. Rebene is busy enough, and with all the murders, imagine how it would look if the Emperor and his daughter turned upon their own. The nobles might lose faith in you altogether. The districts will follow. The code won't matter, not a button. Neither will your tower, and you can add riots to your list of problems. Instead, let me make your Majesty an offer. Speak quickly, Boone, or I'll make sure you never speak again. He stepped forwards,
soldiers wrapping tighter around him so that he looked like a sapphire stuck in a silver hedgehog.
Don't stand in the way of this. Accept this change. The murderer will be found, and the Cloud Court will reconvene. You can play the magnanimous victor, and normality will resume. At least, what counts for normal in this city.
Boone's voice held a simpering tone.
Busy yourself with matters that are within your grasp, Majesty. Leave this murderer to the court, the church, and the chamber. There are trade issues to worry about. Your father's wars in the Scatter Isles, perhaps, and let's not forget the dire supplies of Nixwater, which I imagine hasn't entered your mind in days, Majesty. I hear of riots in the outsprawls. Why not accept the church's help? You can carry on playing Empress while your mother is away and your father is in hiding.
Cecine drew her lips back into a snarl. Her words were guttural, fierce. She wished her gaze was a spear on which to impale Boone. The order to have him arrested hovered on her tongue. Attain moved closer to her, his whisper almost indiscernible.
Not here, Princess. Not now. You're smarter than that.
The shade gestured with his eyes, and she saw Boone's guards as still as when they had first halted. Their blades remained in their scabbards. It was almost as if the Sarek wanted her to attack. Attain lifted his blade onto his shoulder once more. Cecine managed to unclench her fists. She distracted the Sarek with a compromise.
You tread on quicksand, Boone, and too heavily at that, she said. The cult are not allowed in the core districts. That decree remains final. Understand?
Boone raised an eyebrow.
I will relay your message. Understand!
Boone let the echoes of her screech die before continuing.
To the rest of the Cloud Court.
With a loud chorus of clanging metal, his guards stepped backwards until their master had reached the door. The royal guard moved forwards to ensure their exit. Cecine waited until she heard the slam of the doors. Attain was opening his mouth to speak when Cecine filled it with a fist. Her copper and gold rings gave her enough weight to strike him, and he reeled backwards. He was hardly ever caught off guard, and Cecine saw the indignation in his eyes as he looked up.
That's for not telling me about the attack on Sarek Fennell, she spat, before sweeping from the chamber.
Her guards jogged to keep up with her. Attain was left standing, rubbing his chin and muttering something to himself. Cecine turned at a violent angle, making her guards slide on the marble. Once again they corralled her, spears out like an urchin's spines. When she came to her father's sanctuary door, Cecine threw open the unlocked doors and slammed them behind her with an echoing bang. Lip curled, she took a measured walk around the bench and saw the pile of scrolls lying at the door's foot. She counted them. 7 lay there, and one rolled halfway under the bench. She chose that one to look at and unfurled it snippily. It was the same old shit. Rambling orders with nothing to do with the murders, the failing Nix, nor the fact this city was slowly slipping into chaos. And not quite the kind Cecine had planned on. She hadn't predicted the most self-centered people in the city banding together against her. That was a failing, but it would not be her failure. Turning a shaking hand on the door, she made it a promise.
I will pry you out, Father. I will pry you out of there if it's the last thing I do.
The Empress-in-Waiting dropped the scroll at her feet and crushed it with her soul. Bad news never arrives alone, so they said, and it was certainly true that day. Cecine had barely reached her balcony and taken a moment to breathe in the cool air when the message arrived.
This scroll came by a ragged old rook. The decrepit thing wheezed as it struggled to reach the marble railing. The bird looked like it had been trying to reach the peak of the piercer for some time. As she snatched the papyrus from its leg, it sprawled on the stone to catch its breath. It was so tired, it didn't protest as Cecine's trembling hand closed around its neck. The snap of its spine came at the same time she finished the message and read its scrawled anonymous X. Letting the black carcass tumble down to the city, Cecine scrunched up the papyrus in her fists and stood there with shoulders quivering, watching the clouds tumble across the blue sky. First boon and now this. The betrayals were mounting, and with it the pressure in her skull. The inklings of another headache were starting. They had grown more frequent in the past weeks, pulsing behind her eyes for hours at a time. She winced as pain lanced through her head. With a growl, she threw open the balcony curtains. Atane sat on a chair of antelope horn, his head down, clearly hoping her scorching gaze wouldn't find him. Periseph was lying flat on his lap. Cecine's eyes bored into his bald, scarred pate. "Did you know of this?" The scroll went flying at him, landing at his feet. He took a moment to flatten it out and read it. "No, Princess," said Atane. He tossed the scroll on the nearest couch, but his eyes remained firmly on the plush carpet. "Look at me!" He did so begrudgingly. "Did you know of this?" Cecine asked again, louder and slower. The cotton curtains billowed around her. "No, Princess, I did not." Atane's expression was firm but blank, and she stared into his white eyes to try and see the lies hidden there. It was useless. Whether he was well-practiced or innocent, he had now let her down twice. "How am I supposed to claim the throne if I don't stay ahead?" "With difficulty, your magnificentness." "Or not at all!" Cecine snatched up the scroll and strangled it, crushing its spindle. She wrenched the papyrus from it and stared at it once more against the light of the window. "Your locksmith is dead and in the company of Tor Boran Temsa, faithfully a concerned party. X." She read it aloud. "The gall of it! The impudence! The deceit!" "If I may—" "You may not!" Cecine screeched. "You're the one who told Temsa about Caltro Basalt in the first place." Silence fell and hung between them like a bad smell. When Atane felt brave enough, he continued. "Temsa has been using him well, and now we know where he is. He is ours again when we want him, and we're back to your original plan. Just in time." Cecine cursed him under her breath. Atane's most infuriating quality was being right more often than not. Deny it as vociferously as she might, he had the wisdom of almost a century behind him. He had watched these games play out 100 times before. She cursed his age and his smart tongue and stared out of the window at the shades and peasants trundling about like sheep. She cursed them too, the fickle creatures. "Fetch my carriage! Guards, soldiers, and I want the fastest horses!" Atane got to his feet, but hesitated. Cecine cut him off before he could say a word. "Now!" Cecine was so fixated on the outside, her nose might as well have been pushed against the glass. She watched the passage of the city with an almost childlike avidity. Her eyes darted between the awnings and avenues, hunting for signs of red robes. Between the shade riders on black horses accompanying her carriage, all she glimpsed were mud-smeared citizens. Here and there, queues of people curved around the buttresses of spires, toting empty handcarts and wagons. They stretched to the steps and doors of grand warehouses. Over the rattle of the carriage wheels, Cecine swore she heard shouting, perhaps chanting. The scenes were snatched away from her before any sense could be made of them. Etain remained silent. He had donned his armour, a relic as old as he was, an ornate cuirass with matching pauldrons, folds and greaves, forged in layers of black and copper plates. Decorative glyphs ran along their sharp edges, seeming to dance as his vapours escaped from the gaps in the metal. Periseth was strapped to his shoulders. Etain sat rigid, silent as marble, swaying with the motion of the hurried journey. He looked as if he had plenty to say, but Cecine had little desire to hear the shade speak. Instead, she engrossed herself in trying to catch a glimpse of the cult. Though it would be like drawing the point of a dagger down her arm, she needed to prove her spies and suspicions true. Her day was already lying in the gutter. She might as well kick it while it was down there. Cecine was still staring out of the window when there came startled cries from outside the carriage. She saw her shade soldiers lower their spears, but there was no danger, just a pink pelican croaking loudly to itself as it swung low over the streets, a washing line and several scarves trailing from its rubbery foot. A few chamber proctors were chasing it, trying and failing miserably to snatch the rope. Cecine narrowed her eyes at it. "We're here," announced Etain as the carriage halted moments later. "Temsa's new abode." The Empress-in-Waiting looked up at the sandstone spire as she emerged into the hot sun, her chainmail armour all a-glitter with polished steel and inlaid gems. "Magistrate Gore's tower, indeed. Audacious bastard. Better than a shit-smeared tavern in Bez district, your splendidness." Cecine waited for the soldiers and her royal guard to form a sharp arrowhead for wading through the streets. Already she heard the low murmur of onlookers. The golden armoured carriage was enough to draw eyes, never mind the flash of royal colours and the steel of 100 soldiers. The flow of the streets ground to a halt, and the gathered crowds were promptly cleared aside by General Hachetti's mute shades. The general himself walked at the head of the arrow, ordering bystanders out of the way with his sword raised. Cecine pulled her silk veil over her head and face. She snuck glances through its shimmer. This was no poor district, but to the daughter of Emperor Pharazar, they were all poor compared. No silk shone so brightly as hers, no armour was as fine, no dyes matched the depths of her colours, no jewellery boasted such intricacy. She noticed a few small children perched on shoulders to get a peek at her. Street artists madly sketched her entourage, bits of charcoal flying over their papyrus and parchment canvases. Beggars pushed through the finer crowds, hoping a mere glance of a princess would enrich their melancholic lives. Those at the edges, facing the soldiers' spears, bowed or sank to their knees. Such was the secluded nature of the royals and the danger of Araxes' streets, that they were as myths come to life when they walked amongst the towers. Hers was a richness completely unattainable, mythic to most, and that made her a spectacle. Godly, even. As always, it also made her a target, hence her entire phalanx of soldiers. In the many eyes she passed over, she caught the glimpses of jealousy, that animalistic hunger, and the accompanying lick of the lips. Cecine caught the look of a free shade, standing with his arm around a wife who was very much alive. Their eyes met briefly before she turned away, but it was enough for Cecine to recognise hatred. "Etain, have them raise the shields. I don't want their filthy eyes on me," Cecine ordered. The shade called to Hachetti and waved his arm. Moments later, the soldiers and guards changed position to make a barricade of shields that was 2 rows high and angled to hide her from even the tallest Gorper, including those on beetle and horseback. With the pounding rhythm of boots, they came to Temsa's gates, or rather, Old Gore's gates. To Cecine's surprise, they found no resistance at all. The lines of guards waiting in the walled-off courtyard did not challenge them. They merely kneeled awkwardly, as if they'd never tried it before. General Hachette had his soldier shades march slowly, wary of an ambush. "Looks like he's expecting us," Etain remarked in a hushed voice. Cecine flexed her gloved fingers and raised her chin to a regal angle. "Good. Maybe he's realized his shame." When they approached the large half-moon doorway, clad in varnished wood and black iron, it parted with barely a whine. The two monstrous shapes of Temza's shade and bodyguard beckoned them inwards. Hachette led the soldiers forwards, bunching into a column. They regained their triangle shape as they entered an expansive but austere atrium. The formation's points rotated slowly to the jingle of mail and plate. Etain spent the wait staring at the giant armoured shade, Danib, who in turn had his white burning eyes fixed on Etain and his mighty sword. Cecine tried to gauge the shade's expressions. It was difficult through the narrow slits of their helms. "Welcome, your majesty," hollered a voice, interrupting her thoughts. Cecine looked up to find Tor Temza coming down the lavish, curving staircase, making a racket in the process with his cane and golden claws. "I imagined it might be time for a visit, now that I have new lodgings. More appropriate and less suspicious when an empress-in-waiting feels like calling. Though, I must say, you've brought rather a lot of soldiers." "One must when dealing with those known for lying, cheating and murdering," Cecine called to him through a gap in her shield walls. Temza had made it to the marble floor. Now that he was close, he extended her a bow as deep as he could manage. Despite his striped silks of gold and sage, agate jewellery and abundance of rings on his fingers, he seemed more haggard than when last they had met. Powder and makeup had done nothing for him. Stress sat beneath his eyes, and there were plenty of strays in his uncombed hair and sharp beard. There was a deep gash on his forehead, curved like a sickle, and his knuckles were dark with scrapes and bruises. "You describe me well, your majesty, but you seem perturbed by this," he replied. "To what do I owe this imperial pleasure?" She shook her head. "Privacy, Tor. Then we will speak." Etain and 40 soldiers peeled from the formation, leaving the rest behind in the atrium. Temza led them up the stairs at a slow pace, but it gave Cecine time to shape her words. The carriage ride had not been enough. As it turned out, privacy was almost 50 bodies crammed into a red velvet dining hall. A huge marble table ran its length. Cecine and her large majority occupied one end of it, while at the other end sat Temza, his looming colleagues, and a smattering of black-clad guards. Temza didn't seem perturbed by the fact that the Emperor's daughter had come knocking unannounced and wore a face as threatening as a battle line. Cecine decided she needed answers first if she were going to corner him. It had been a day of surprises, and she was not enthused at the prospect of more. "Why Serek Vanel?" she snapped. She spoke openly, knowing the soldiers around her were tongueless. Hachette had remained downstairs to watch Temza's black-armoured cronies lounge about the pillars. Temza drummed his ringed fingers on the table. "Vanel was richer than most and far out of the core." "And yet you failed, from what I've been told." "Failed, Majesty?" Temza looked confused. "I think not." "You set his Zulus on the streets and brought the chamber crashing in. The whole city is in uproar. The Cloud Court has refused to gather." Temza thumbed his nose, looking between Danib and the woman. Something Jexabel. Jexabel simply shrugged, looking distinctly bored, while the shade only had eyes for Etain. They were still locked in a duel of stares. "Well?" demanded Cecine. With a sigh,
Temsa reached for something beneath his chair. The bloody head came to rest on the marble tabletop with a squelch. Cécine was no stranger to death. She saw it every day in Araxes, frozen in the blue wounds of the half-lives. But this made her gorge rise. Perhaps it was because the last time she had seen this head, it had been attached to a living Sarek, leering down at her from the galleries of the Cloud Court. One of Finel's eyes was missing. A ruined hole remained, showing her brain and skull. The other eye was turned to the gold-leaf ceiling. The Sarek's jaw hung open in a broken smile, and judging by the carnage around his neck, it looked as though Finel's head had been ripped off, not cut. Cécine's eyes slipped from the grotesque sight to the huge shade covering it in shadow.
Sarek Finel's body is far below us, already bound. His half-coins are being transferred as we speak.
And the banks don't grow suspicious? Temsa nodded, looking weary.
My bank is no doubt getting fat and handsome off the profits from my half-coins. Even if they weren't, I've given the directors enough reason to keep their lips shut too. Another weighing, and I might just make Sarek.
Cécine didn't relish the thought of this gargoyle sat on the Cloud Court, if it ever convened again. "What success you have had, Tor Temsa," she said, catching Jezebel rolling her eyes. "Despite only seeing to one target on my carefully constructed list. Even then you couldn't crack her vault, so instead you burned her tower to ashes." The little man stretched in his chair, entwining his fingers behind his head, as if he were ready for a nap.
Got the job done though, right? You wanted chaos. I've delivered it.
Cécine pushed her way forwards, scattering soldiers so she could spread her palms on the long table. They quickly reassembled around her, flowing like autumn leaves chasing hurried steps. She felt their cold sweep through the gaps in her chainmail. "Do not dare toy with me, man! You are lucky I haven't ordered my soldiers to make you look like Sarek Finel there," she hissed, pulling at the tension in the room like it was a bowstring. Danib stood taller. Jezebel patted her axe. Attain rested his huge sword on the edge of the table. There was silence. "And yet," Cécine continued, looking around the velvet walls, "you managed gore easily enough." Again, Temsa looked confused, though this time it looked genuine. It was time to pounce. She reached inside her folds of silk and threw a scrap of papyrus at him. He watched it skitter across the tabletop and nudged it with a bloody knuckle.
"What's this?"
"The secret to your recent success, it seems." Curiosity got the better of him, and he gingerly opened the ball of papyrus. The Empress-in-Waiting sneered. Everybody knew the old tricks of hiding powders and poisons in messages. She was not that cheap. She liked to stare her enemies in the face. That way she could watch that delicious moment where they realized they had failed. Temsa must have read the glyphs several times, but no inkling of failure or any similar emotion crossed his face. Only vexation. When he was done, he recrumpled the papyrus and ground his thumb into his forehead. He remembered his wound and flinched. His next word was a snarl.
"Oryx."
"Excuse me?"
"The bitch who sent this message. Widow Oryx."
"I do not give a golden fuck who sent it, Temsa. I want to know if it is true. Do you have Caltro Basalt in your possession?"
"No," he snapped. "Though it was true. That crass bastard escaped me during the raid on Sarek Finel."
Cécine threw her hands to the ceiling. "What a disappointment you are turning out to be, Baron Temsa. I should have you stoned and pulled apart by horses for your insolence and betrayal."
The putrid little man burst from his chair and slammed his palms on the table. "I know where he is!" Cecine listened to the creaking of gauntlets gripping spear shafts around her. Etaine's sword grated against the marble like a fiddler preparing his strings. Temza continued, calmer now. His hands left streaks of sweat on the marble as they withdrew. "In fact, Empress in waiting, I was just planning how to reclaim him before you arrived so unexpectedly."
"Were you indeed? And at which point were you going to tell me, your Empress-in-waiting, about any of this? My shade explicitly ordered you to keep me informed."
Temza flashed her a glance under heavy brows, childlike, as if he had just been told off for guzzling too many sweets.
"When I had him back, obviously," he growled. "Caltro Basalt's half-coin belongs to a Tau by the name of Widow Oryx. She's an old crone that appears at the soul markets occasionally. I sold her Caltro, not knowing who or what he was, and after Tor Busk stole him from her, I happened to cross the shade in the streets. Naturally, I put him to good use for our mutual benefit. But Oryx is a meddling bitch, and she sent a spook by the name of Krail to come oust him. That failed, thanks to Danib, but Caltro got big ideas and slipped away during the attack on Finel, sneaking back to his mistress Oryx, I'd wager. Before his escape, my intentions were to reclaim his coin. For you, Majesty, of course. I ask you, what use was it delivering you a shade that wasn't mine to give? A half-life that could be snuffed out at any moment by a widow's whim. Now I am in a position to both claim Caltro's coin and stop Oryx from interfering. I intend to do so promptly. Tomorrow night, in fact."
Temza forced a polite smile.
"With your permission, of course, Majesty."
"I see," Cecine replied. It was an irritatingly sound argument, even if it did sound like Temza had just yanked it out of his arsehole. The man had lied to her once already. That was not to be forgotten, nor forgiven. She stared deep into his bloodshot eyes, searching them for signs of deeper lies. "What else are you keeping from me, I wonder? Is there anything beyond your own carelessness that may affect our arrangement?" Temza answered quickly and firmly.
"No, Empress in waiting, there is not."
"Then consider our business concluded for now. You may deal with this widow Oryx, but I wish to be there." With some satisfaction, Cecine watched Temza's jaw clench. "To add some royal supervision and ensure you don't fail me again, and after I have Caltro's coin, you will remove another Serek from his tower."
"Who might that be?"
"Serek Boone. I want him turned to smoke, and soon." Temza nodded sagely.
"Right you are, Majesty. He'll be taken care of, sure enough, after Oryx."
"Until tomorrow." Silks flailing, mail ringing, Cecine withdrew, though her eyes stuck fast to Temza's even as her soldiers swarmed about her. It was only when the door slammed that the stare was broken. Before the echoes had died, and before she was treading the stairs, Cecine had already made up her mind. She decided to tell Etaine. Decisions grow flesh when spoken aloud. "That man's time in this city is growing rather short." Temza pushed himself back from the table, eyeing Fennell's matted and bloodied hair. He distracted himself with ripping chunks of calloused skin from his fingertips. As he pondered, Annie began to walk away, muttering to herself. Confused, a few guards trailed in her wake.
"And where do you think you are going, my dear?"
Temza called after her. She didn't bother to turn around. "To see to the spoils. The binders have been grumbling about running out of Nyx water." Temza was on his feet in an instant, nails scraping at the marble.
"You face me when you speak to me, Annie."
Annie turned, though her feet didn't skip a step.
I warned you about playing a cult and an empress against each other, she said in a strained voice. I remember a time when you answered to nobody. Now you've got 2 bosses to keep happy. Guess it's true what you Arctians say. The higher you climb up the mountain, the more treacherous it becomes. You stop there!
Temza's screech fell on deaf ears, and before he could barge his way clear of his seat, she had vanished into a stairwell. An awkward silence came on the tail of his shouts. A few guards cleared their throats while Temza stared, red-faced and shaking, at the doorway. It took some time before he realised Danib's gaze rested upon him.
Don't you dare agree with her,
he warned the shade as he stamped away, sparks flying from his talons.
Don't you fucking dare!
Temza limped his way along the breadth of the table, leaving his guards to blow sighs and shake their heads.
What do you mean, leaving? She's leaving. Have a look, Colonel.
The spyglass had been glued to the soldier's face for so long it had left a deep red ring around the man's eye. Khalid snatched it to see for himself, grunting as he crouched down beside the chimney stack. From the low rooftop, he could see down the street and into Magistrate Gaule's old courtyard. Sure enough, as the soldier had said, Cecine's entourage was filing out of the doorway. Colonel Khalid tensed. He saw no bloodied weapons through the misted view, no wounds. Temza's men even bowed accordingly as the Empress-in-waiting departed.
Fuck!
Khalid dashed the spyglass against the edge of the roof, watching the cracked lenses skitter over the whitewashed stone. 2 hours he and his best fighters had waited there, watching. 2 hours his soldiers had spent crammed into alleyways and rooms below, poised to whet their blades. The brewing storm had petered out and left a limp wind in its place. That weasel Temza must have talked himself out of his fate, or struck a deal, perhaps. Khalid felt unsettled. Not just anyone avoided the royal rage so deftly. It was almost, dare he think it, impressive. Working his teeth around the inside of his lips, the colonel listened to the faint clanking on the air as he watched the glittering procession head back to its armoured carriage.
Back to the tower!
He barked irascibly.
But why? Ain't nothing happening here. Silver tongues win over steel today, Colonel Khalid shouted as he followed his men down the stairs. His heels punished the steps as he grumbled privately. The widow was going to be far from pleased.
Chapter 6.
A poor welcome. Araxes wasn't always the mighty city it is today. In ancient times, it was a scattered collection of towns spread between the dune plains and the troublesome sea. Farmers to fishermen, disparate pharaohs or lords fought for control. It was only when Emperor Pharaoh's grandfather, Narmenes, united the lords to fight the Scatter Isle pirates that the Arctian Empire was born. How sad that it takes an enemy much greater than ourselves to unite us. From writings of the philosopher Themuth. It was a gloomy day that greeted Nilith when she finally gathered the energy to crack her eyes open. One of those rare squalls off the troublesome sea had come to wash the city of its blood. The dark clouds had finished with the core districts and were now moving on to the outsprawls. Blue sky had been replaced with a slate ceiling, and scattered patches of drizzle were already beginning to turn the sand to silt and mud. Beyond the gloom and spatter of rain, there were other differences to frown at, and each of them were no cheerier than the approaching downpour. Since their veer into the sprawls a day or more ago, the adobe huts and squalor had picked themselves up, brushed themselves off, and gathered some semblance of order. The streets and thoroughfares had begun to come alive. Nilith's minder, the loathsome chaser Joby, had stuck to minor routes, steering clear of markets, and, more often than not, covering the slathergast with a sheep to keep it from prying eyes. The only attention they received was due to the wafting stench of Pharazah's body, which had taken on a fresh reek given the added moisture. Pharazah's ghost had spent half a day berating Joby for his insolence, coming close to yelling his true name and identity once or twice. He would have done so had Nilith not kicked his bars and caused the slathergast to gnash at him. Pharazah was getting desperate, and that made him more dangerous than ever. Sleep had been forgotten. Nilith blamed the wet and the freezing cold seeping up her left arm, making her shoulder ache as if she lay in ice. Instead, she busied herself by watching the slow passage of the streets. Nilith had spent so many desert nights longing to be within the city's boundaries once more. Now she was here, she wanted to drink it all in, despite the dire nature of her situation, despite the city's foulness. If there was an air of danger and threat in the centre of Araxes, in the sprawls it was a thick smog. Groups of hooded figures lingered in doorways to avoid the rain, some emblazoned with tattoos, others covered head to toe in coats of leather or mail. Clubs and daggers hung from their belts, and even some of the sellswords gave them a wide berth. Smart-dressed fellows loitered under the eaves of smoky taverns and brothels, waiting for drunken fools to collapse into the gutter, or for bodies pushed from the higher windows, their throats already cut. Card dens and snuff houses employed young men and women with bare chests and faces caked with sparkling dust to stand at their doorways, beckoning people into small, dark and questionable basements beneath the streets. A few whistled to the silk-wrapped Joby high on his cart, but the chaser didn't bat an eyelid. Where merchants lined the wider streets, thieves went to work. For every 2 yells of a bargain, there was one of "Stop him!" or "Cut purse!" Mercenary street guards seemed to ply their trades only when it suited them, content to slouch near the taverns or merchants that lined their pockets and watch the detritus pass by from under leather and duck-feather umbrellas. Half the crowds were travellers, the other half an equal mix between dishevelled living and cheap-looking dead. Most of the shades Nilith saw were horrifically wounded, barely worth a few silvers at a soul market. Here and there, bellies were sliced to show glowing entrails. Others lacked jaws or eyes or showed the viciousness of mutilation. 1 or 2 dragged themselves through the wet sand, legless, their deliveries strapped to their backs. Nilith caught Pharazah staring at them too, and hoped he realised how kind her knife had been. It made her think of her own fate, lingering beneath the rags wrapped around her left forearm, and she had to look away. She refused to acknowledge the slathergast's poison. Nilith had thought she knew the depths of the city's depravity, but on seeing these streets, and what the tenets and code had driven their denizens to, she realised now that depravity was fathomless. Not for the first time in the last few days, she wondered why she had even started this quest in the first place. The benefits, the cause, were being drowned by the cost of struggle and loss. That stoked a deep and righteous outrage in her, one that caused her to briefly consider ramming Pharazah's head against the bars a dozen times, as fruitless a task as that would have been. Instead, she held the anger within her, nurtured it, and tried to turn it into something useful. Something to stoke her spirits and reassure her this path had not become a fruitless one. A brief commotion broke out as a bald man came tearing from the mouth of an alley, rolling a fat barrel alongside him, one with black-stained staves. Spit streaming from his mouth, eyes wild, he narrowly dodged a beetle bearing a sack of wool before careening down an opposite alleyway. Before Nilith could wonder what was going on, a small mob of men and women appeared, hot on the man's tail and clamouring at the top of their voices.
Several passers-by joined their chase, not for civic duty, of course, for this was Araxes. No, Nilith wagered the barrel was full of Nyx water. "There really is a shortage, isn't there?" she asked the chaser. Joby said little except to order them to be silent. He had grown tired of their conspiratorial whispering. They had planned nothing, but muttered small talk in an effort to distract the man. Anoish had done his part, even unknowingly. There were many things in a city capable of spooking a desert horse. The swarms of the dead, giant centipedes and scarabs, the clanging of a blacksmith, the frequent screams. More than once, Joby had to halt the wagon to calm him. Fortunately for Anoish, the horse's stout legs and frame were worth the hassle, and Joby's trigger bow stayed on his seat. Basalt had shown his face twice so far, and each appearance had been overwhelmingly comforting. Once hovering over the face of the moon the night before, and again that very morning, perched and shrieking on a washing line, scaring away parrots and pigeons. If Joby had noticed, Nilith hadn't seen it in his face. She wagered Basalt wasn't the only falcon in the mighty city of Araxes, just the one with the foulest mouth. Nilith looked around for the bird, but instead found the avid eyes of a cluster of young, skinny lads, a spectrum of ages from snot-nosed to sprouting his first chin hairs. Beneath their rags, they had the pale skin of Ed cave folk, but had blistered in the Arctian heat so many times they looked pock-scarred. They clustered so tightly together in a dark culvert of stone that they looked like the face of an albino spider, many eyes blinking independently. Seeing Joby's cream silks and gold chains, the boys emerged into the street and began to trail after the wagon, gaunt legs shifting quickly. Nilith watched them weave like hungry cats through the handcarts and travellers. Before they could come closer, a sharp whistle from above stopped them dead. Back to the culvert they went, heads down, shoulders hunched. Nilith looked up to a balcony 3 stories above the street, where an obese woman, pale as milk and swaddled in blankets, sat with a spyglass balanced over one arm. "What is it about you, Chaser Joby, that keeps you from being robbed like every other poor bastard wearing gold and silks in the sprawls?" It took Joby a moment to take the bait, but any chance to bray about his accomplishments and his consortium was too juicy a worm to pass up. With a thumb, he raised one of the chains about his neck and showed Nilith a glyph carved in gold. "Promises, favours, call them what you like. The consortium have many connections in the outsprawls." "Is that so?" Nilith mused. "You make it sound as if the consortium are like the Nyxites or the Chamber of the Code." "To many, they are. The royals think the city ends at the edge of the central districts. Out in the sprawls, the chamber and their scrutinizers might as well be a myth. The consortium, however, are well known to those who matter, and it pays not to get on their bad side. Therefore, this glyph affords me some respect and safer travels," he said, turning over his shoulder to face Nilith. "Only fools or the uninitiated dare to attack an agent of the consortium." "In all honesty, I'm surprised the consortium would care so much for a lowly errand boy like you. If I was a waylayer or soulstealer, I personally wouldn't hesitate to drive a knife through your spine." "As I said, fools," Joby replied, "though it does not surprise me. You seem educated, noble, and yet you are clearly no more moralistic than any of the other people in these streets." "What are you implying?" "That you're a murderer," Joby said, nodding to the silent and brooding Pharazar. "No? Is that not correct? I am not often interested in the details of those I chase and catch, but you, madam, have piqued my curiosity. What is he to you? Your half-life? How did you come by him?" None of your business is how, Nilith answered. He got what he deserved, like any that insist on standing in my way. Joby snorted. He was about to speak when another panicked whinny came from behind the wagon, distracting him. Nilith quickly flicked Pharazar's arm and he flinched away, looking disgusted at her touch. "Help me," she mouthed. "Blasted horse!" Joby yelled. He pulled his own steeds to a halt and jumped down to the mud. Though Nilith's heart beat hurriedly, the bow stayed put on the seat once more. Joby blew rainwater from his lips as he stalked past, eyeing his prisoners warily. "We need to get out of here soon. This consortium of Jobies could be right around the corner," Nilith whispered. Pharazar pretended she hadn't spoken, lifting his chin aloofly. "You can't fool me, husband. I know you want out of this cage as much as I do, for different reasons perhaps, but the same prick stands in our way. Let's work together, just like in Abatwe." She nodded towards the chaser, still trying to manhandle Anoish into calm. "Pharazar!" "No!" the ghost snapped angrily, turning further away from her. "I refuse to help you any longer. You started this. You can finish it." "I see you found some testicles in the dunes, husband." Nilith dug her nails into the deck of the wagon in frustration, accidentally prizing free a thick splinter. She clasped it in her palm, turning her back to the Slathergast. Somehow she knew it was watching. Always watching. She shuffled to the side so the creature wouldn't see her grasping the lock of the cage. The splinter was stout, and she heard the click of tumblers as she waggled it about in the keyhole. "You can't be serious," Pharazar muttered. No, Nilith realised. She was not. The lock was a bulky cube of wrought iron, and she felt all sorts of teeth in its keyhole. "Know any good locksmiths?" "Ugh," he sighed. Without looking, Nilith couldn't see what the splinter was doing, if anything. Pharazar watched her efforts avidly, growing more contemptuous by the moment. Anoish couldn't have known what they were up to, but he helped nonetheless, making a great fuss over the clatter of a nearby stonemasons. A few nearby street guards looked on, unamused by the racket. "Easy, horse!" cried Joby, wrapping Anoish's halter around his forearm to wrangle the animal. Nilith swore as the splinter snapped and the sharp wood bit into her fingertip. "This is hopeless." Pharazar snickered. All that struggle, all those days and weeks spent traipsing the desert, and for what? To end up in some cage, doomed to work in some mine for eternity. I'm glad I will be there to see your face when you finally realise you've failed, and judging by that arm, I don't have long to wait. Nilith clenched her jaw, refusing to let him goad her. Her resolve already hung by a thread. Her eyes betrayed her, however, sneaking down to the ragged end of her tunic. The faint glow shone from rips in its rain-dark fabric like a hooded lantern. The light reached all the way up to her elbow. Nilith shivered, as if a cold hand had just run across her chest. She heard a wet slither, and out of her peripheries she saw the Slathergast licking its fangs. She gave the creature the finger. "And what of you, Pharazar?" she asked. "What will be your eternity, Working the same mine, no doubt. I fail, you fail. Or have you forgotten?" Gah! Reminded that their fates were firmly entwined, the ghost lost his nerve. He tried to spit at her, still forgetful of his half-life limitations. "I wouldn't even be in this cage if you had just left me in peace." Nilith's outrage got the better of her. "There it is again, the famous Talan Renala self-obsession. You've never given a fuck about this city or its inhabitants, and even now, when it's staring you right in that ugly face of yours, you're still as blind as a newborn to it. Just look around. Look at what your negligence has given rise to. A Nix water shortage, businessmen like the consortium,
Who knows how many souls they've dragged off like this for spurious debts? How many other such empires grow unchecked under your nose? Give that some thought for once instead of your own vapours. This is all your fault, and when I'm out of this cage, I'll show you what it means to have a ruler instead of just a monarch, she seethed. Something the crass learnt long ago. Pharazar's eyes were growing white slits. Ah, yes, the grand righteous lesson that you crossed half the riches to teach me. How could I possibly forget? Well, I'm still waiting, wife, and yet no revelation has come. Nilith smiled with no trace of humour. The lesson is not over yet. She clenched her jaw. That threat felt emptier than she would have liked. You're pathetic, wife, he scoffed loudly, forgetting himself. I agree, said Joby's voice, hoarse and unexpectedly close by. The chaser had slipped back to the wagon and was now standing beside the bars, thumb and finger on his chin. All this whispering and bickering is quite pathetic. Husband and wife? He cocked his head. A surprise. I do not see the attraction between you two. At Nilith and Pharazar's withering expressions, Joby tugged at his collar. Not too far now, lady in shade. Nilith was following the chaser with her most acidic scowl when she noticed the bundle of soaking rags behind him sitting in the gutter. It took a moment of staring to realise it was a person. It was hard to tell with all the rubbish strewn about the makeshift gutters. The shape was slumped up against the bricks of a dilapidated building, legs and arms hidden under dirty cloths. 2 blackened eyes peered through a gap in the wrappings, blinking between the drips falling from the broken tiles above. They were fixed on Nilith and the ghost chained next to her with an avidity that was unusual for a beggar. Though that could have been explained by the glowing set of fangs hovering behind Nilith, grinning wide, the beggar's eyes held intrigue, not fear or the cross-eyed gaze of a drunkard. As Chaser Joby retook his seat and the wagon jolted onwards, the eyes followed Nilith, sticking to her until they rounded the next corner. Nilith eyed each crooked building as though it might be their final destination. She looked back, but could no longer see the beggar. Pharazar gripped the bars, letting his vapours turn white where they touched the metal. You're a liar, he hissed at her. I know this whole quest of yours has just been to claim my half-coins and the throne. I will hear you say it before they put you out of your misery. Nilith held her tongue while another torturous hour passed, with every street holding the possibility of a destination. The rain fell heavier in all its pounding glory. Joby hoisted a small umbrella and sat as stoic as a statue to pass the miles. Nilith raised her face to the sky and drank from the clouds. The chaser hadn't seen fit to give her any water that day, but now he had no choice. Rain clouds only came a few times a year to Araxes, and when it did, it rained ardently. Rain dripped from the bars in torrents. It gathered in the bottom of the cage in a thick puddle. Nilith felt the carriage skew as the streets completed their transition to mud. It slowed their going, and for that she was grateful. It didn't last long. As they turned into a narrow street, another man on a wagon passed them by, going in the opposite direction. He had a muscular bull pulling his load, an empty cage very much like the one Nilith currently had her face pressed against. She eyed the man's necklaces of gold and his sodden silks. Joby angled his umbrella to the man, and they nodded curtly to each other. No words passed between them, but Nilith knew. We're close, Nilith breathed. Last chance, husband. Pharazar just grunted, still brooding, though she saw the trepidation in his glowing face. I hope they make it slow and painful for you, Pharazar replied, his tone cold even for a ghost. Nilith began to shake. She was tired. Oh, so incredibly tired. Tired of fighting, tired of walking, tired of this tumultuous existence she had built for herself. Nilith felt the words gather in her mouth, all spite and venom. Instead, she let them die on her tongue and grabbed the bars with both hands, blue and tanned, letting the pain and cold run through her. She found a smile curling her lips. I should really thank you, Pharazar. What? I should thank you, Nilith said. I was on the cusp of giving up, of forgetting why I first set out from Araxes all those weeks ago. But you, husband, have kindly reminded me what I've been fighting for. A laugh broke from her, causing Chaser Joby to look over his shoulder. Quiet down back there, called the Chaser. I've been fighting for this, Nilith said loudly, waving her hand across the city before them, wrapped in rain and cloud. I said quiet! For anything but this! Ugh! Nilith drove her shoulder against her bars with a yell akin to a war cry. Once, twice, 3 times she threw herself before the Chaser came striding through the mud, umbrella in one hand and switch in his other. You could not wait just a few more moments, could you? He snapped, clearly devoid of patience with his prisoners. Despite the growing pain in her shoulder, Nilith pushed again. This time she was rewarded with a scrape of iron against wood. Not a lock or a hinge, but the cage itself. Stop it! Joby lashed at her with the switch, but it glanced off her skull and the bars. Instead, he began to whip Pharazar, who yelped like a donkey. Hit her, not me! He roared. Another scrape, and Pharazar was nudged from the edge of the wagon, momentarily occupying Joby as he strived to catch his flailing legs. Mud sprayed in all directions. The Slathergast sensed its prey making an exit and began to throw itself at its own bars, hungry for Nilith. The stupid creature actually helped, and before Nilith knew it, the cage was teetering over the side of the wagon. Joby threw himself against it, but the Slathergast was too frenzied. Nilith pressed herself to the bars, willing all her weight into the mud. Amid the clanging of iron and the snapping of jaws, she heard Joby start to whistle, blowing at a golden shape on one of his necklaces. The noise was piercing, and it momentarily halted the Slathergast and the flailing Pharazar. In the pause, filled by the rattle of rain, Nilith heard something whistle in reply. It was half lost behind the downpour, but she knew it wasn't a good sign. With a roar, she hurled herself at the bars one last time. With her hair trailing in the Slathergast's grip, she met the iron and her world began to tip. A heartbeat passed, and then a crunch came as the cage met the sodden ground. Mud and sand flew into her face, half choking her. She pressed herself to it as she saw the blue jaws gnashing through a crack in the bars. There came a screech, and something tore through the rain. At first, Nilith thought it was an arrow, and cursed every god she could think of for her poor fortune. But she heard Joby's cry over her fierce muttering, and knuckled the mud from her eyes. She couldn't help but shudder at the freezing cold and emptiness of her left hand. Another blur came out of the rain, and she saw blood flow from a cut above Joby's eye. He began to thrash about with his switch, desperately trying to reach his trigger bow on the seat. Birds! Nilith realised it as the third shape appeared, wings flared and claws raking the chaser's back. The crow flapped into the rain, vanishing before Joby's switch could catch it. She heard the keening wail of a falcon somewhere in the rainstorm and smiled. Nilith began to kick at the buckled bars, hoping one would crack for her too. Pharazar was busy yanking at his ropes. She watched him with one eye, praying he didn't get loose before she did. Thunk!
The explosion of the trigger bow interrupted her, and a gull landed in the muck near the wagon. A bolt had run it through. Another cry pierced the scene, and a roar rose up to compete with the noise of rain. Wings flapped, beaks chattered, and crying and mewing filled the air. Forgetting to reload, Joby sprinted to the cage, keys jangling in his free hand. "I've never lost a repayment, and I shan't today!" he yelled in Nilith's face. Joby yanked the buckled door open and hauled Nilith free by the legs. Mud filled her mouth. She felt grit under her eyelids. She began to kick for all her worth, catching Joby in the knee, twisting it sideways. He stumbled clear of her, just as a dozen finches descended on him. They swarmed his face like bees, chirruping as they pecked holes in his hands. The chaser's whistle was clamped in his mouth now, blowing with every shriek of pain. Crows, pigeons, parrots, even a falcon or two, they swooped down to harry the man. Blood and feathers began to join the rain and the churned puddles. Nilith sprang up, pulling at Pharazar's bindings. The fucker had the gall to aim a punch at her, a vicious splinter clasped between his blue knuckles. She let it pierce her shoulder before she batted his arm away with her ghostly hand and threw him against the wagon's wheel. "No, not ever again! You are mine until the end of this!" Nilith growled fiercely in his cold ear. She set her hands to the complicated knots binding him, ripping more than untying. While she tackled them, she heard more whistles coming to greet them. Maybe running boots if her numb ears weren't lying to her. Joby had produced a knife and was busy cutting birds from the air between frantic yells. One grazed his skull with its claws before barrelling into the mud beside Nilith's hands. Blood flowed from its breast. It was the falcon. Basalt looked up at her, showing pain in his eyes. "Now you owe me even more, your majesty." He pointed a bloodied wing to the swarming birds. "See? Don't fuck with birds." "I'll remember that." Wrenching the rope free, Nilith wrapped one end around Pharazar's neck and the other around his body. She draped both around Anoish's neck before seeing to his tether. Basalt flapped awkwardly behind her, watching the chaos. Joby had realised their escape and was desperately trying to run after them. Birds flapping around his head like some bizarre crown, he scrambled through the mud, knife waving. "Men coming!" Nilith saw them. Long-robed men in green and silver armour, plumes on their ridged helmets, holding long swords out in front of them. They had a distinctly unfriendly look. Something about the lavishness of their armour screamed consortium. "Stay where you are!" yelled Joby, barely a spear thrust away from seizing them. At that moment, a figure draped in soaking rags burst from the rain and cannoned into the chaser. Joby was thrown against his cage, where the slathergast still writhed in a hungry panic. Its claws sank into the man's shoulder, and he howled with pain. "Move! Now!" hissed the bundle of muddy rags. A woman. She jabbed a hand towards the mouth of an alleyway. "Not without these!" Nilith asserted, trying and failing to tackle the second knot with only one hand. The woman produced a broken shard of glass and slashed the tether with a snap. Anoish reared up, hooves beating the air. Nilith grabbed the rope and hauled him with her, racing after the bundle of rags. "Just who the fuck in the reaches are you?" Nilith spat, bringing the horse and its macabre cargo to a halt. The ghost of Pharazar picked himself up, his rags and vapours smeared in reddish-brown mud. He muttered something foul to himself. The bundle of rags shook her head, indicating the cloud piercer. "No," Nilith said, glancing over her shoulder to see if she could afford such stubbornness. Rain, only rain, and stark square buildings lay behind her. Light from their windows cast golden pools for the rain to play in. A few ghosts made their way back and forth across the quiet street, their smocks sodden and dragging in the muck. "We go no farther until I know who you are. I've learnt the downfalls of trust." The woman stopped.
shoulders rising and falling with a sigh. She turned, slowly, dragging down the strips around her face with a crooked finger. Nilith saw the green and purple rings around her eyes and the bend in her nose, still sporting deep cuts thick with scab. Nilith had seen her own face just as beaten not so long ago. "Chamber Scrutinizer Hellis, madam. I suppose it would be a pleasure under any other circumstances." The woman certainly didn't look like any scrutinizer Nilith had ever seen, though she could spy the curves of black tattoos creeping onto her neck and cheek. "I had no idea scrutinizers were dispatched this far out in the sprawls." "We aren't. Where's your uniform?" Hellis didn't answer. Nilith watched her, noting how the woman's eyes were looking past her cheek. At Pharazar, Nilith stepped in her line of sight, wishing she had a weapon. A cold, heavy weight clutched her heart. Another vermin come to stand in her way. Hellis pushed back more of her rags, letting the steam rise from her forehead and shaved, bruised scalp. "Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" she asked, letting the question hang in the sodden air. "Sula," Nilith said, plucking her mother's name from some recess of her mind. She could see more of the woman's tattooed spirals now. By the looks of their complexity, Hellis had earned a high rank in the chamber, and if these were real, this Hellis was a seasoned professional. Nilith wondered whose bad side she had wandered onto. Hellis chuckled, managing to do it without a trace of mirth. "I see. And your shade?" "None of your business," Nilith snapped. Behind her, a Noish whinnied, as bored with interlopers as Nilith was. Basalt lay on the horse's back and clacked his beak fiercely. The so-called scrutinizer held her bandaged hands and took a moment to lean up against a sandstone column, carved in the shape of a desert cat. "I've spent the last few days working my way through these gods-damned sprawls. Soul-stealers, pickpockets, madmen, and these businessmen you pissed off. If one doesn't catch you, the others will. I thought it was bad in the city, but... Is there a point to this? I haven't the luxury of time and chatter," Nilith grumbled. Hellis sucked her swollen lip noisily. "Few people know the meaning of kindness out here, fewer than in the city. Imagine my surprise when a man dropped a silver at my feet earlier today while I was catching sleep. He was drunk by the look of him, but even then, he could have fallen upon me with fists instead of charity." Hellis pulled a silver coin from the folds of her mucky rags and held it up, showing the skyline of Araxes stamped into the metal. "Imagine how much greater my surprise was when, just a few hours later, I looked up from that coin and found the same face bumbling past on the side of a wagon. Arguing with his wife, no less," she said, turning to Pharazar. "A face that's supposed to be at the top of the cloud piercer in his armoured sanctuary at this very moment. How is that possible, I wonder?" Hellis turned the coin, showing the other side. A regal profile of Nilith's loathsome husband. She had always detested how young he insisted they make him look, and she detested it all the more now. "Correct me if I'm wrong, your majesties," Hellis said, calm as sunrise. "I see this is where you've been, my Empress Nilith. Not Sula. Not in the east, like they said." Nilith took a step backwards, longing for a weapon. She would pounce on the horse and run this woman down. She said nothing, simply sharing a stare with her. Hellis did not show any reverence, but there was no glint of greed or murder in those bloodshot eyes. Pharazar had been listening in, and had loosened his noose enough to talk. "Scrutinizer! Arrest this woman! She has murdered your emperor!" Nilith slapped him hard, though her lack of copper meant her hand merely fondled his cheek. "You stay back, Scrutinizer! This is none of your business!" Hellas stepped forwards. You're both wrong, I'm afraid. As a servant of the code, it's my responsibility to see to the interests of the ruler and family. As you've been slain, Emperor Pharazar, and I don't want to know how, I must defer to the living Empress. Nilith and Pharazar swapped a glance, one scowling deeply, the other smiling. How dare you! Whatever complaints you have, Emperor, I frankly couldn't care less. And whatever game you're playing, Empress, this city has enough problems at the moment, but it's my duty to protect you now. And so I shall. Pharazar wasn't best pleased by the scrutinizer's ambivalence. This is outrageous! I'll have the Chamberlain flog you to death when... Nilith was struggling to buy what Hellas was selling. You're telling me you know the Emperor's body is right there, unclaimed, and you're not considering becoming the next Empress of Araxes, ruler of an empire? Hellas's eyes betrayed her for a moment, shifting to the muddied bundle of stench that hung at an angle from the horse's side. There wasn't a person in the world that wouldn't have spent a moment in wonder, thinking what it would be like to sit at the pinnacle of the Cloud-piercer, to rule the vastest civilization the world had ever seen. That was all it was for Hellas, a moment. Her gaze came straight back to Nilith. She brushed rainwater from her face and shook her head. Greater people than me have tried to rule this city and failed. Araxes is unruly by nature. You do what you wish with the body. If you had the power to shove the whole city into the sea and start afresh, however, you'd already be lying dead in a puddle. It was fierce and blunt talk, but Nilith was grateful for it. She was fed up of cryptic answers and slippery lies. Plain talk was what she wanted, and the scrutinizer's opinions were music to her aching ears. She turned to face Anoish and the falcon on his back. Basalt had his wing held flat, leaking blood down the horse's flank. As Nilith raised a hand to flick a raindrop from her nose, she felt the sting of cold and snatched the ghostly hand away. "Do we trust her?" Nilith asked. It was the first time she had asked for advice since striking out to claim her husband. She was like a beggar asking for alms. "Do we have a choice?" Basalt replied, voice hoarse. Nilith endured the ache in her bones as she turned back around. Hellas had not moved. "Fine. But first we need rest. And food." Hellas wrinkled a lip, but nodded as she squelched away. "Just hope there's some city left to claim when we get back to it." Chapter 7. The Half-Coin. It was interesting that copper, not silver or gold, became the most precious metal in all the lands. It was a stroke of luck for a small group of desert mines to the west of the Ark, where seams of copper stretched for miles. Their group, or their consortium as history recalls them, became richer in silver than any emperor to sit on the throne of the empire. From a treatise on Arctian economic theory. The sun rose furiously, as though it felt cheated by being ousted by the rain. The dawn hauled a fog from the ground. It skulked around the buttresses of buildings, thick enough to lose one's legs in, and marred the blue sky above with indifferent streaks of low cloud and mist. Wherever there was a gap in the murk, the sunlight fell eagerly, draping the city and its mountainous spires in hazy bars of shadow and gold. One such lance of light found a slit in the shutters and fell upon the face of a sleeping Boran Temsa. His dreams were shallow, filled with half-coins tumbling like sandstorms, and it didn't take long for the light to rouse him. With a snarl, Temsa opened his eyes, was immediately blinded, and rolled over to escape the glare.
"Thunk! Fucking bastard bed!
he hissed to the terracotta tile against which his face was now pressed. He waited for the throbbing in his head to subside before he put his palms to the floor. Pain lanced through his wrist and he bit his lip. The injuries from the raid on Fennels were refusing to heal. A twinge in his ribs had also spoken up. He lay still once more, seething while he waited for the pain to die.
Dead gods, I need to piss.
Propping himself up on his shoulder, he shuffled his good leg underneath him and pushed. He experienced a good number of clicks and cracks before he made it to kneeling. Time and toil had taken their toll on his body. The mornings were becoming more and more painful. Temsa was glad it didn't rain often. The moisture always made the stump of his leg ache. He winced as he tested its tortured, scarred end on the floor. The pain raced up his spine, and as always, he was left cursing the butcher who had taken his limb from him. Clutching one arm to his side, he hooked the chamber pot from beneath the bed and sat the gold-plated thing in front of him. His bladder was insistent, and the unbuttoning of his breeches was frantic, and he almost sprayed his legs before pointing at the pot. Relieved at long last, Temsa shifted his knee to stand, and in doing so, kicked the chamber pot flying. He would have cursed to the rafters if hot piss hadn't been dripping down his thighs. With a strangled roar, he ripped the rest of his tunic open and dabbed at his face and neck. The rest was spattered down his front. Temsa bared his teeth as he thrust himself to his foot. As he did so, the door to his chamber creaked open and a shade peered around the jamb. "Tor, we heard a noise." The shade's voice drifted off as he saw the wet, half-naked Temsa and the chamber pot lying upended on the floor.
"Get the fuck out!" Temsa bellowed, "and fetch some water!"
While trying to avoid breathing in through his nose, Temsa reached for his golden leg, lying on a table next to the bed. He set it to the floor with a loud clang, thrust his thigh into it, and set about tying the straps. By the time he was done, the shade had returned with a jug of water. He opened the door a crack and timidly poked it into the room. The Tor thumped his way over and snatched it from him.
"Fresh tunic in breeches!" Temsa yelled.
The shade bumbled into the room, bowing so low he was practically doubled over. He scuttled to a vast set of doors along the wall. With the tug of a rope, they parted to reveal a rainbow of robes and tunics, cloaks and silks. Meanwhile, Temsa doused himself in water, and when the shade returned with a purple and green affair, he used it as a towel.
"Gold! Of course, Tor."
The shade produced a gold robe with jade beads, and Temsa allowed him to dress him in it. At least Gore had trained his house shades well. The half-life's cold fingers did not touch him once. There came a booming knock, and Danib strode into the room. He raised his chin at the sight of the puddle and overturned chamber pot.
"What?"
Temsa challenged him. Danib blinked.
"Already? It's barely an hour past dawn. Eager for a dead bitch," Temsa growled. He saw Danib's blue gaze narrowing. "Don't you give me that look. Fine, I'm ready."
As Temsa was handed his cane, he jabbed a thumb at the house shade.
"See, this one has his tongue cut out."
"What? No, the half-life stammered. The shade was silenced as Danib clasped his head in both enormous hands and dragged him from the room. Temsa followed, watching his legs thrash, vapours curling in his wake. The morning could go fuck itself for all he cared. It was the evening that occupied his mind. Several floors below, in a great hall no doubt designed with orgies in mind, enlightened Sister Yaredin, or perhaps Lyria, Temsa could never tell, was waiting for him on a humongous couch. It dwarfed her, and its regal purple clashed with her glow and crimson robe.
Temsa had taken Annie's surly advice and involved the cult. Too many corners were being cut, too many threads fraying. The old Temsa would never have moved so fast. He realised that after Fennell's. What irked him about the old Temsa was that he had been poor. When he entered, armoured men in his wake, the sister arose and offered him a smile. It was Yaredin, after all.
"We are surprised to see you well, Tor. The rumours say Fennell's was a bloodbath."
Temsa chose a nearby armchair, one with manacles suspiciously attached to its arms. He kept his hands on his cane, silently vowing to invest in different furniture.
"That it was. But you will have your shade, sister. No need to fret. The good Seric was kind enough to die."
"At quite a cost and rather noisily, or so we understand. We hear the Cloud Court is suspended because of your actions."
If she was looking for an explanation, or an excuse, or an apology, she was sorely disappointed on all fronts. Temsa shrugged.
"What have you done with him?" asked the Shade.
"The same as I have all the others.